Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. I want to do a quick sound test. Make sure the sound is good. If it's good, then press 1. If the sound is not good, then let me know what needs to be adjusted, and then we'll get started. All right, everybody. It appears that the sound is good. So let me call into Blog Talk and we'll get the show going.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear important instructions, press 2.
Since it appears you're calling back into a live show, we are reconnecting you now. Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
So the Most High is going to stop the flowing of the people going into that country. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 51, the end of verse 44. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. Verse 45. My people, go ye out of the midst.
Hold up, read that again.
My people, go ye out of the midst.
I think within this chapter, he did see and get out of her around 3-4 times. Right? Read.
My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Most High Ahijah. And let your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor. And
wars and rumors of war. You hearing about it, and because it's not happening, you think it's not going to happen. Read.
Verse 46, end of verse 46. And violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Verse 47. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon. And her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein shall sing for Babylon. For the spoiler shall come up unto her from the north, saith the Most High Ahijah. As Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so as Babylon shall call the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, go away, stand not still. Remember the Most High Ahijah afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind.
Listen to this clear. Ye that have escaped the sword, that means you escaped the destruction that coming to Babylon, go away and stand not still. So when you leave, remember the power or the God Ahijah afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. Because that's looking forward, not looking back. Now let Jerusalem come into your mind. She's finished. Right? Read.
Verse 51. We are confounded, because we have heard reproach. Shame hath covered our faces. for strangers are coming to the sanctuary of the Lord's house.
Strangers have destroyed us. Strangers have destroyed our sanctuary, our belief. They destroyed our understanding so that we cannot connect to our God. They've given us their God. Baal, Baal, Satan, the dragon, Moloch. These are the gods we've been worshiping ignorantly. Jesus, Zeus. Okay, we ain't know nobody named Jesus. Total madness. And then when we wake up and understand these things, we say, well, hold up. I'm a stranger here. You dragged me here. And the Most High starts reviving us. They be like, okay, we have one who's the extremist. You're a terrorist. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 52. Wherefore, behold, the days come, saith the Most High Ahijah, that I will do judgment upon her graven images.
He's going to destroy all your images and your idols. And man, if you even look at Washington, D.C., it's idol after idol, monuments of idols, obelisks, which is man's personal member. That's what obelisk is. What's that, the Washington Monument? Idols every place. 5-pointed stars every place. But what if some did not believe? So what if you don't believe what we're teaching you? Paul asked, so what if some did not believe? Shall your unbelief make the faith of God without effect? You mean the Most High is going to stop his whole program because you don't believe something? No, you're dead. That's what you are. Okay, his program was before us, and it will be well after us. And that's for the people that's walking out there and say, well, there's wars all the time. There've always been these situations. Every few years this happens. Nothing is going to change. That's a dead man.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Watawada. Peaceful Sabbath. Bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another broadcast of Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Ramar Karab. It is 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time, January 1st, 2021. That's right, brothers and sisters, 2021. Right? Hello, 2021. As we go into what they would call a new year, no longer 2020, but now 2021. So I'm going to come back to this particular image here. Whoops. Not that. I actually put up the wrong image there. That's the title for tonight's broadcast. We're going to come back to that, but I wanted y'all to check out this image real quick. Somebody sent this to me, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna put this on the broadcast tonight. I think this is very fitting and telling for all the imagery that we see happening and going on here in this image. But we'll come back to this hello 2021 image here. But so here we are, 2021. I hope brothers and sisters are doing well, have had a blessed week, that you survived. You know, the pagan holidays, you know, Saturnalia, which they call Christmas, this New Year's Eve, New Year's Day celebration, knowing that nothing has changed as far as anything being new. Only thing new is that the pages on the calendar of the Gregorian have changed from December to January, but you look outside and nothing has the feeling of newness. But that's a topic for another time. But I hope you brothers and sisters have survived and are surviving this time. You made it to 2021, and that you are in good spirits with everything that's going on. Man, we have a very special broadcast for you, brothers and sisters, tonight. A lot of jam-packed information. And Elder Ricard came on earlier. I know probably a lot of y'all were watching and listening to the broadcast, so it's the reason for the delay. We would have been on at 7, but wanted to wait and let the elder finish his broadcast before we started. So, but hey, how blessed is it for y'all tonight to get the elders on? I know Elder Gabar, he was also on the broadcast. Not sure if I heard Elder Lawyer speak or not. I didn't catch it all as I was in preparation for this broadcast. But and then now here we are with, you know, I guess you could call it encore on top of the other elders. And hopefully it's not an overload of information, brothers and sisters, because, man, when the Holy Spirit brings it, she brings it. So I want to give all praises to the Most High, Ahaya, in the name of his Son, Christ Yeshua, and the Holy Spirit, which is Rawak. All right, that's the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in the Hebrew. For being here, for making it to see what they would call a new year, to make it to this day, to be here on this Sabbath, to be able to you know, bring in their pagan day with the Most High's holy day, and you know, kind of stomp all over the devil's parade with where he would want people's energy and attention going into right now, as we reflect back on 2020 and everything that happened, and it was a year like no other. So it's always a blessing to you know, make it to the next cycle. And also it's a blessing to be here before you, brothers and sisters, to have a broadcast, to be able to have the information. I'll just tell you right now, when it comes to bringing these broadcasts forth, not sure if you brothers and sisters are aware, but it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of study. So sometimes it may look easy, it may seem simple, because you know, just tuning in, it's, you know, you get to kick back on your couch with the popcorn out, your feet kicked up, and have a good time. But you know, it's always a blessing to be able to come here, to be able to have the information, have access to it in these times. It's being revealed, and to be able to have the time to actually go into it, put it together, and then have the time from there to even come here to spend more time to bring it forth. So let's not ever take that for granted. And I know a lot of times, brothers and sisters, you come here, you're excited, you're looking forward to the fellowship and the information and all of that. But we know what's going on right now. We know what 2020 has, what all has happened, and the censorship and all of these things. So it's going to be a day where we won't be here. And it's going to be a day where you won't have access to the internet unless you take the mark of the beast. So, so definitely make sure that you're tuning in to the elders right now, whether it's the Sabbath lessons the elders do on the Sabbath, A Gathering 144, the Wednesday broadcast. You have the Hebrew and Bible Academy on Sundays. Elder Gabar now has his I Am Fit podcast he is doing, and of course, you know, we are here on every other Friday night for Coming Out of Babylon. So there's a lot coming out right now. The elders are dropping, and this information is coming like never before in any point in history that that this world has seen. So you want to be able to make sure that you're soaking up as much as you can, that you're linked in as much as you can, that you're, you know, tapping into that energy that's coming forth through the power on high, you know, the Almighty Father who sits on the throne in heaven. All right, so just real quick, just going to do some announcements before we get started with tonight's broadcast. Of course, this is a simulcast. We're streaming from 2 separate locations. We have YouTube. You can find us GOCC Southwest. If you type in GOCC Southwest in your YouTube search bar, you should see this streaming live. If you would like to listen to Blog Talk, right? Blog Talk Radio, we're streaming there as well. 515-605-9327. 515-605-9327. If you have a question or comment, should we have time before the broadcast is up, we'll take your call. Just press 1 once you come into the queue, and we'll take your call. And one more quick announcement here. I want to show my screen as we go into the classroom, and I pull up my chalkboard and blackboard. Give me one moment to do that. So this is the GOCC Southwest YouTube channel. All right. If you come to this channel, of course, you see that we are streaming live. And if you click on the About, right here on the far right, you should see links. Of course, you have the Gathering of Christ Church website link here, but we also have a link for Twitch as well as D Live. So let me let you brothers and sisters see what these are. So we have a GOCC Southwest Twitch channel, and basically what this is a backup, because right now the YouTube channel GOCC Southwest has 1 strike, and if you get 2 strikes, then you go into 2 weeks of suspended live streams. If you get 3 strikes, then your channel is terminated. So we know what the censorship right now with YouTube and of course other media platforms, social media platforms are censoring as well. But this is a backup. So make sure you come here and you create an account and you click follow. That way, should we not be streaming on YouTube for whatever reason, you can always come to the backup channel and see if we may be streaming here. All right, so this is one. This will probably be the primary backup, Twitch. You also have D Live. Okay, so if you click on the D Live link, we have a GOCC Southwest D Live link. This is a second backup, secondary backup to YouTube. You'll want to come here and you'll want to follow. All right, you'll want to come here and you'll want to follow this channel. And once we get 200 followers here, once you create an account and you click follow, it'll give us the ability, once we stream, it'll stay on the server as a recording. All right, but for right now, with no followers, if we were to stream here after the stream is finished, then you would not be able to view it. It would not store on the server. So make sure you create an account for D Live, follow, and always check here as a secondary backup to Twitch and YouTube. Okay, and again, you can find this here under the About section, and we're going to come with more links as well, more backup links here. But of course, if this channel is terminated, you won't see any of this. So make sure that you come here, you check whatever we create, you come here, you subscribe to it, you keep it in your favorites, whatever. You'll have it in the event that YouTube is on a censorship campaign and does something with this channel. All right, so I wanted to make sure I shared that with you all. And what else? I believe that is it for now on the announcements. So I think we're ready to go into tonight's title. And let me get it. Tonight's title: Operation Paperclip 2020. Tracking, reaching, and contacting everyone. Operation Paperclip 2020. Tracking, reaching, and contacting everyone. So what does the title mean? What is Operation Paperclip? Okay, what do we mean, or what is this all about? What do we mean when we say tracking, reaching, and contacting everyone? Well, we hope to get that and a lot more in tonight's broadcast. Now, for those who had listened to the Wednesday broadcast that the elders had done, they went into World War II and dealing with a disease called typhus that was said to have happened during World War II. So I find it very interesting that that was brought out, because this particular broadcast actually is a segue from that Wednesday night broadcast to now. And I didn't talk to Elder Ricard. I didn't know what he was going to go into, and none of those things. And this broadcast is actually something that I've been looking to do for some weeks now, probably for at least a good couple of months. And I'm going to go into the whole story about how this broadcast came to be. So right now, the Holy Spirit is working at an angle to where the stuff that's happening and coming out, and how brothers and sisters are saying the same thing and thinking the same thing, and you may not be talking to somebody, you're thinking it, and then the elders will do a broadcast, and boom, there it is. Everything you were thinking, or a lot of what you were thinking, boom, there it is right there. Right? I know it was a brother that called in to, I don't know if it was this past Wednesday or last week, but he said that one thing that Elder Ricard was speaking on, I think it was about the testing or whatnot with C-19, that he had done a lesson on it, and he was talking about it. And then next thing you know, he turns on the broadcast and sees Elder Ricard talking about it. He called in and gave his testimony. And so a lot of that is happening right now, where you would almost think to call it deja vu, these deja vu moments, to where it's like you're trying to figure out, man, like, how is that person reading my mind? But it's not a person reading your mind. It's the fact of us linking and connecting in with the Holy Spirit. And when we're all linked in and connecting to the Holy Spirit, we share the same mind. No different than if you go talk to somebody who would convince you to take the zombie jab, right? And you talk to the next person that says the same thing. They're all linked into the same mind. Right? So you want to be of those of like minds at this time. You want to be thinking the same thoughts that those of the righteous are thinking, so that you know that you are sharing the Holy Spirit, right? The understanding is coming through the Holy Spirit, which will help guide you in these times. Now, we have a special guest tonight. We have Brother Lamad. He's been on several of our broadcasts, and I'm going to get to him here as soon as I do the opening and the introduction to tonight's, show and what we're going to bring out. I first want to go into Ecclesiastes, and it's funny because when I was thinking about this broadcast and I was meditating on it, because I spent a lot of time actually meditating on my thoughts and what scriptures to go into, maybe what links to maybe look to try to find, to go into. But there were some scriptures I was thinking, okay, what scriptures would I be good to, would be good to bring out for this broadcast. And no sooner than this scripture popped into my head, I was watching a Wednesday night broadcast because I didn't catch it. I was in a meeting. And the same moment that I thought of this scripture, Elder Ricard told Elder Lawyer, go into Ecclesiastes and read this scripture. The same moment it popped into my head. So, I'm sitting there tripping out like, wow, like, what are the chances that in the split second that, the exact same scripture comes? And I really wasn't even necessarily directly with my full attention paying to the broadcast, because I was thinking, I was listening to it, it's playing, but I also fell into a time of thought, of deep thought. So, but the scripture is Ecclesiastes chapter 1 verse 9, and it says, "The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done. And there is no new thing under the sun. Is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new? It hath been already of old time, which was before us." So, for those of you out there that may be familiar with Operation Paperclip, you may say, well, that happened during the time, in and around the time of World War II. So that was, close to 70 years ago. What does that got to do with now? Right? Why Operation Paperclip 2020? Well, when we go through this broadcast tonight, brothers and sisters, you're going to see that there's no new thing under the sun. Meaning that what was done then, right, or what has happened in the past is going to happen in the future. So when we do the research and get the understanding behind what is Operation Paperclip, we'll see that all the things that they were doing back then was to make way for where we are right now today. And I know we've talked about a lot of operations here lately on this broadcast. We talked about, Operation Dark Winter, Operation Clade X, Operation Warp Speed, all these different operations that they have. I mean, it goes on and on and on. There's too many to even name. So this is just one more of their operations that we're going to go into. And what we're going to see is that what was going on then is come full circle. And it was done then as a beta test for what they would do now with the mark of the beast. All right. So a lot of these things that they do in the past, they're done in preparation for the future. All right. And so we're going to go 360, and we're going to tie Operation Paperclip during World War II. We're going to tie it into 2020 and beyond, because last broadcast we did Agenda 2030, Operation Endgame. Now, Operation Endgame was a term that I coined. I coined that phrase, Operation Endgame. I don't know if there's an operation out there called that, but after studying Agenda 2030, I've seen how they have an operation going, and it's an end game that they're trying to reach by 2030. That end game, there's a lot to it, but ultimately, just in a nutshell, population reduction. And so this broadcast actually goes and segues from our last broadcast we did, Agenda 2030, as well. Because even though now, and let me bring it back up. Even though now we are in so-called 2021, it actually started in 2020. 2020 started the clock for the countdown to 2030. So that's why I'm calling it Operation Paperclip 2020, because it, even though we're in 2021, it started in 2020. So we see here the mask. So in 2020, what they were looking to do was get you conditioned through the compliance of wearing your mask. That was 2020. That was like the main part of the 2020 agenda. And everything that came around the mask, the social distancing, the quarantining, the virtual, work from home setting, and the virtual interactions with friends and family. But the mask is the actual mascot for 2020 when we look back. So now here it is in 2021, being that Operation Warp Speed launched officially in December. 2021 is getting kicked off, and it will be the year of the jab, the zombie jab, right? Or as Elder Ricard and the elders would call it, the Colt 45 jab, right? The Heineken jab, the Miller Lite jab, whatever beer you would like. Mad Dog 2020, maybe a better name because it happened in 2020, and let me tell you, this jab is going to turn you into a mad dog, a rabid, dog. So this image was definitely very fitting to start, being that we are here. This happens to fall on the first day of the month of the so-called New Year, 2021. Right? And so 2020 started their clock to get to the 2030 finish line. Right? They have a set number of goals that they're looking to hit by 2030. So let's go into Operation Endgame and actually see, learning from the past. If you don't learn from the past, you're doomed to repeat it. And maybe learning from the past will actually help us in knowing exactly what some of their goals are and connect some more dots. Because when we talk about Operation Paperclip, there is this eerie relationship, this secret relationship between America and Germany. Right? America and Germany. There's a secret relationship there going on between these two countries. So let me pull up the first piece of information here. And as always, after this broadcast, all the references for all these links will be in the description box. So don't worry if you want the information. We're going to have it all ready and lined up for you, okay? So, give me one moment here. Just need to get one more thing up I forgot. And then we'll get started. One second. All right, so let's rock and roll. So, Operation Paperclip. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the stage. I'm going to give an overview. And then I'm going to bring in Brother Lamad, who is then going to go into some deeper history on some of the things I'm touching on when we talk about Operation Paperclip. So here's a link off of history.com. And it says, what was Operation Paperclip? Right, this is the History Channel, their website. March 4th, 2020, it was updated. Originally, June 2nd, 2014 is when this was published. But it says, this controversial top secret U.S. intelligence program brought Nazi German scientists to America to harness their brain power for Cold War initiatives. Let me read that again. This controversial top secret U.S. intelligence program brought Nazi German scientists to America to harness their brain power for Cold War initiatives. And here you have a black and white picture. Of course, you would say this is during the times of World War II, but this was a top secret U.S. intelligence program. That's the first thing we must understand. It was a program, an operation that did what? Brought Nazi, not any type of Germans, but Nazi German scientists to America in secrecy. To do what? To harness their brain power for Cold War initiatives. So as we go through this broadcast, brothers and sisters, again, I just want y'all to pay close attention to this eerie secret relationship between America and Germany. It says, as World War II was entering its final stages, American and British organizations teamed up to scour occupied Germany for as much military, scientific, and technological development research as they could uncover. Trailing behind Allied combat troops, groups such as the Combined Intelligence Objectives Subcommittee began confiscating war-related documents and materials and interrogating scientists as German research facilities were seized by Allied forces. Now again, this is their side of the story. I have my side. But nonetheless, we see German scientists being used for what you would call Allied or American purposes. Also, Great Britain, which was also part of the Allied forces. It says, one enlightening discovery recovered from a toilet at Bonn University was the Ausenberg list, a catalog of scientists and engineers that had been put to work for the Third Reich. Now check this image out. I think this image, they say a picture says 1,000 words. We see these characters at a desk with a presentation up. Looks like missiles. And you see the name or the word here, Saturn. Saturn. We know who Saturn is. Saturn is Satan. And we just came out of Saturnalia, which is December 25th. Okay. It says Werner von Braun in the center in 1961 with fellow Operation Paperclip scientists working on a Saturn rocket. And you're going to see a lot of these particular things come up in this broadcast where it references the Greek gods. Okay, going into what people would call Greek mythology. You know, Roman mythology, those gods. So here we see Saturn. So pay attention, there's more of these particular gods, demigods, and whatnot to come in this broadcast. It says, in a covert affair originally dubbed Operation Overcast, there goes another operation, but later renamed Operation Paperclip. Roughly 1,600 of these German scientists, along with their families, were brought to the United States to work on America's behalf during the Cold War. So what they would call a Cold War would be the time when there isn't a hot war or a live war going on, where you may have proxy wars, or you may have financial wars, or all these wars that don't involve actually, direct military conflict that's, declared war. That would be called a Cold War. So from World War II, during this particular period of time, of course, this is 1961, they would call that a Cold War. They're still at war. Remember, for those who have the understanding of who these people are, they're Esau. Esau was a man of war, a cunning hunter. So they're always at war, regardless if they tell you it's a war. They're never not at war, because war it was in Esau's heart. And these are his children, Edom, the children of Edom. Right? Now that doesn't mean every child of Esau is looking to war, but we're talking about the hierarchy of Esau, the power structure of Esau. All right? Those who have aligned themselves with the beast, which is the spirit that gives power in this earth to the empires that rule. So they're all about seeking, gaining, and keeping rulership in this earth, and it's through warfare that they're able to do it. So now it says these German scientists were brought to the U.S. after World War II, or were they already in America? That's a question that you should ask yourself, and that maybe through this broadcast you can answer for yourselves. Was America and Germany already working together, their scientists and everything, before World War II? So they want you to think, oh, this happened after World War II. But was America and Germany already working together? Remember, America comes out of the branches of Europe. America is a root out of the European Union. So Germany, Rome, Great Britain, Spain, France, so on and so forth, all those European countries, America has sprouted out of all those countries. So America was always born with a part of German, right, roots. When you go to World War I, America was actually an ally with Germany during World War I. So what happened between World War I and World War II to where now all of a sudden America and Germany are enemies? So we're going to go through a lot of things tonight, brothers and sisters. Hopefully you can read between the lines and do the math, connect the dots, and understand the secret relationship between America and Germany, and think and ask yourself if they really were ever enemies, or was that all propaganda and a narrative to get you to, get caught up in the smoke screen. So here we have it. It says the program was run by the newly formed Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, whose goal was to harness German intellectual resources to help develop America's arsenal of rockets and other biological and chemical weapons. Let's keep that in mind. The German scientists and America, not only were they looking to develop rockets, missiles, but other biological and chemical weapons. So we're going to talk more about those biological and chemical weapons. Some of you out there may already be able to connect the dots and see where this is going, how that connects back then to what's going on right now under this 2020, now hello 2021 time frame. So it says, and to ensure such coveted information did not fall into the hands of the Soviet Union. So now here it is. America's like, well, Russia is our enemy, so we don't want the information to fall into the hands of the Russians. So we better get ahead of this 8-ball and let us link in with the Germans. But it's funny because America was allies with Russia during the World Wars. So what's going on here to where 1 minute America is allies with Germany, and then the next minute they're enemies, and then they're allied with Russia, and then the next minute they're enemies with Russia, and now they're allies with Germany? So you get caught up in this narrative and you think that they're all working together, but when you understand, only thing you need to understand is who is their father. When you understand that their father is Esau, which was Jacob's brother, both sons of Isaac, grandsons of Abraham. Once you understand that these people are Esau, Russia, Germany, America, you don't have to get caught up in the narrative of the Russia gate, right? The Cold War with America and Russia, and the World War II, America versus Germany. You don't get caught up in none of that, right? You know, ultimately, behind the scenes, they're working together. So it says here, although he officially sanctioned the operation, President Harry Truman forbade the agency from recruiting any Nazi members or active Nazi supporters. Nevertheless, officials within the JIOA and Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner to the what? CIA. And I know Brother Lamar is going to go into that. But the Office of Strategic Services was what was in place before the CIA came along. So the CIA sprouted out of the Office of Strategic Services. It says they did what? Bypassed this directive by eliminating or whitewashing incriminating evidence of possible war crimes from the scientists' records, believing their intelligence to be crucial to the country's post-war efforts. So when you go in and you do the research, you can actually pick through the bones of what's being said right here, because there's a lot of bones in here that you might choke on that's not meat, because it's misleading. Okay. But there is some meat, some good parts in here we can dissect and take and leave the rest behind. But we're going to see if America and Germany were actually these enemies that they were said to be during World War II, and if these Nazi scientists were just all of a sudden working with America after World War II. Okay. It says one of the most well-known recruits was Werner von Braun, the technical director at the Peenemünde Army Research Center in Germany, who was instrumental in developing the lethal V-2 rocket that devastated England during the war. It says von Braun and other rocket scientists were brought to Fort Bliss, Texas, and White Sands Proving Grounds, New Mexico, as War Department special employees to assist the U.S. Army with rocket experimentation. Von Braun later became director of NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center and the chief architect of the Saturn V launch vehicle, which eventually propelled 24 American astronauts to the moon. So we not only do we see, it talked up here earlier about them looking to use these scientists for developing biological and chemical weapons, but also they were also working together to do what? Go out into outer space with having American astronauts, what they would say, to the moon. So again, confirming that this is talking about Esau, for those who may not understand that the higher ups with pale complected skin, I'll just say that, are not Esau. Let's go to the book of Obadiah, because it talks about them working and creating Saturn missiles to send American astronauts to the moon. So when we go to the book of Obadiah, verse 1 says, the vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. Edom is the children of Esau. Right? Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. Now, we go down, there's some key scriptures here. Verse 3. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high. that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? So Esau would make his habitation on high. All right. So, no sooner than this complected race came into power, you started seeing mega skyscrapers and things going up high in the sky like mountains. Because Esau always dwelt in the mountains. His habitation was on high. Not only was his habitation on high as far as mountains and skyscrapers and all of that, but also going out into outer space. The Bible is going to confirm that. Let's go to verse 4. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. So everybody knows an eagle flies high. An eagle flies high, it can see down, see its prey. You can't see it, and it can come down as a predator, like in war, and take you out. But this particular scripture is even going further to say that Esau would set his nest higher than the mountains, in the stars. Though thou set thy nest in the stars, Saturn rockets. Okay, this is what these complected people and race started to do. It wasn't until later that you may have had like the Japanese and the Chinese doing that. But whether it was Russia, Europe, or America, it was that race of people of that complexion that were looking to send astronauts to the moon. And it says, though thou exalt thyself as the eagle. And what happened when America landed on the moon? What was said? The eagle has landed. The eagle has landed on its nest. So, it says, although defenders of the clandestine operation argue that the balance of power could have easily shifted to the Soviet Union during the Cold War, if these Nazi scientists were not brought to the United States, opponents point to the ethical cost of ignoring their abhorrent war crimes without punishment or accountability. So there's a lot of diversion in this article. They would want you to divert and go into the whole, America, Russia, Cold War thing, and we don't want the power to fall into Russia's hand. That's all a script. So that you don't focus on the fact that America is working with Nazis, right? They try to justify, we're only doing it because we don't want the power to fall into Russia's hand. It ain't got nothing to do with that. They're all working together. But so that you don't understand that they're all working together, they'll create a divide within that and make you think they're working against each other. And, America is the Christian nation, so they'll take the Nazi scientists and use it for good science. All the good thing, even though the Nazis were known as bad people, they're scientists, bad people, will take the good from those bad people and use it for the betterment of the United States. Because if Russia gets it, Russia will use it for bad. Right? But when you do the research and the history on these countries and understand that they all have the same complexion, whether it's Russia on this side, Germany and Europe on this side, and America on this side, they all have the same complexion because they are all Esau. And Esau rules through deception. So if he's working together, he's not going to let you think or know he's working together. He's going to cause deception within that. Let's move on to the next thing here. Okay, because I just wanted to give you an overview. This is history. This is their, information on this. Of course, they have some good stuff in it, but there is some stuff that when you do the research, you'll see is part of the narrative. But there was a book that was actually published in 2001. The name of this book was called IBM and the Holocaust. Let me actually bring up the, I have the PDF. As a matter of fact, let me bring that PDF up here right quick. One moment. IBM and the Holocaust. Let me find that PDF. And this is a book that you can get the PDF online for free. You can type in IBM and the Holocaust and PDF and do a search, and you'll find the PDF and you can download it. But I believed I downloaded that. Let me see here. As a matter of fact, 1 second. Thought I had that ready to go. Please forgive me for that, but okay, maybe I didn't have it. 1 second. All right, so here's the book. IBM and the Holocaust. It says here, the strategic alliance between Nazi Germany and America's most powerful corporation. Hold up now. I thought America didn't start working with Nazi Germany until after World War II. But this says that America's most powerful corporation, with an IBM, was working with the Nazis during World War II. And as you can see here right now, you have what you would call like a registration form. As you see the numbers and what appears to be a barcode. This is very key because again, we're going to tie this in and what was going on then. Again, no new thing under the sun ties to what's going on now. And we're actually going to even go back about almost 2,000 years before this to show that it even started before World War II. But going back to IBM and the Holocaust, this is on Wikipedia. This is you can get this book on Amazon as well, but this is somebody's actual breakdown of this book. It says here, IBM and the Holocaust, the strategic alliance between Nazi Germany and America's most powerful corporation, is a book by investigative journalist Edwin Black, which details the business dealings of the American-based multinational corporation International Business Machines, or IBM, and its German and other European subsidiaries with the government of Adolf Hitler during the 1930s and the years of World War II. Check that out. So, based on the research of this book, long before World War II was over and America took Nazi scientists from Germany and brought them back to America, it says that IBM, which is an American company, was working with who? The government of this guy. I'm not going to say his name. During when? The 1930s. World War II happened during the 40s. America was working with Germany during World War I. They were allies. And then IBM was working with them in the 30s. And it says, and the years of World War II. So it wasn't like they stopped in the 30s and said, bad Germans, we're not dealing with them anymore. No. They continued to work with them all the way through World War II. America's company. So you mean to tell me that the president didn't have anything to say about this company, this American company, working with their enemy? It says in the book, published in 2001, Black outlined the way in which IBM's technology helped facilitate Nazi genocide through generation and tabulation of what? Punch cards based upon national census data. You notice, brothers and sisters, how when 2020, once the lockdown happened, no sooner than the lockdown happened, what did you get in your mailbox? You got a Census Bureau letter. Census Bureau 2020 letter. I'm just throwing some tidbits in there for you. Hopefully, brothers and sisters are starting to put things together. But IBM's technology helped to develop punch cards that led to genocide. Punch cards. That's what this is a punch card or a form of identification or census or registration. I hope you brothers and sisters are following me. And there's a lot here, and I'm not going to be able to go through it all, but it says in the early 1880s, to show you again, this stuff goes back before it actually happens. They do these things decades and decades and decades. So it didn't start in the 1940s, right? It didn't start in the 1880s. It's just a time period where it's able to be recorded and identified that it was going on at that time too. So in the 1880s, Herman Hollerith, a young employee at the U.S. Census Bureau, conceived of the idea of creating readable cards with standardized perforations, each representing specific individual traits such as gender, nationality, and occupation. There goes your work. Your gender, what race you are, and where you work. The millions of punch cards created for the population counted in the national census could then be sorted on the basis of specific bits of information they contain, thereby providing a quantified portrait of the nation and its citizens. Reading on here, it says, Black details an ongoing business relationship between Watson's IBM and the emerging German regime headed by this guy, whose initials are AH. I'm not going to say his name. The YouTube algorithms are out there, so I got to be careful what I say. But y'all can see this guy. IBM had a relationship with this guy and his National Socialist German Workers' Party. And this guy came to power, AH, in January 1933. On March 20th of that same year, he established a concentration camp for political prisoners in the Bavarian town of Dachau, just outside the city of Munich. It says repression against political opponents and the country's ethnic Jewish population began at once. By April 1933, some 60,000 had been in prison. Business relations between IBM and AH and the AH regime continued uninterrupted in the face of broad international calls for an economic boycott. Right? So they were calling for a boycott of IBM, but did a boycott happen? No. So these are red flags that should start going off, and you should ask yourself why. Why was this going on in the first place, and then why even more so was it allowed to continue to go on? If America is this staunch opponent against what happened during World War II to the Jewish people. It says Willy Heidinger, who remained the chief executive of Dehomag, the German subsidiary of which IBM owned 90%, was an enthusiastic supporter of the AH regime. It goes on to talk about how in 1933, Germany then began to announce its plans of a national census. The project was particularly important to the Nazis as a mechanism for the identification of Jews, Gypsies, and other ethnic groups deemed undesirable by the regime. Now, can you brothers and sisters understand how Wednesday night's broadcast, where the elders were going into typhus and what was going on, dealing with that side of the history of what was going on during World War II? And does it also help to make sense of all of this when we come to the understanding that what our race and nationality is, now knowing that we are Jews, right? And then knowing no new thing under the sun, going back to that time, fast forwarding to now, what's going on now? It was all done then to prepare for now as a beta test. Check this out. Dehomag offered to assist the German government in its task of ethnic identification, focusing upon the 40 million residents of Prussia. So this is all about ethnic identification. They need to be able to identify ethnicities, who's who, what race you are. This activity was not only countenanced by Thomas Watson and IBM in America, Black argues, but was actively encouraged and financially supported, with Watson himself traveling to Germany in October 1933 and the company ramping up its investment in its German subsidiary from 400,000 to 7 million Reichsmark, about $1 million. So before World War II happened, IBM was investing its technology, its tracking and census mechanisms and systems, its machines in place a decade before World War II even started. They were setting the stage for what would then happen in World War II during that experiment. That's all it was one big science experiment with the task of what? Ethnic identification. This injection of American capital allowed Dehomag to purchase land in Berlin and to construct IBM's first factory in Germany, Black charges, thereby tooling up what it correctly saw as a massive financial relationship with the AH regime. I mean, I shouldn't even have to go any further for us to understand what's going on here, at least during this time. Right? And we haven't even got to the time of when they say Operation Paperclip happened. That happened after what they say World War II ended. But we see something going on long before World War II with America and Germany. Right? So that's why I asked the question. What's going on with this secret relationship between America and Germany, where they would make you think that they're enemies, but when you look at what's going on as far as actions are concerned, it's the exact opposite. And then they'll come with a good storyline to tell you, well, we got the Nazi scientists because we didn't want Russia to get them. No, you always were working with the Nazi scientists. And we're going to prove that tonight, too. That you fast forward to 2020, right? The Nazi scientists and American scientists are one and the same. I mean, there's so much here, brothers and sisters. I mean, we have so much to go through tonight. I can't even go through all of this. But because I want to bring Lamont on. I know he has a lot of history, and I know he's chomping at the bit right now, hearing all of this, ready to get, ready for me to let him loose, out his case so he can just wreak havoc on the devil. But check this out. It says, Black also asserts that a secret deal was made between Hedinger and Watson during the latter's visit to Germany, which allowed Dihomag commercial powers outside of Germany, enabling the now Nazified company to circumvent and supplant various national subsidiaries and licenses by soliciting and delivering punch card solution technology directly to IBM customers in those territories. As a result, Nazi Germany soon became the second most important customer of IBM after the lucrative U.S. market. So the only other bigger customer to IBM than Germany was America. Germany was second. And this was all centered around census, punch cards, ethnic identification. And I know a lot of people, you think IBM, you think of the home computer. And IBM really didn't start until like the late 70s, the late 80s. No, that's just when it was affordable for them to give you what they already had in their scientific laboratories, their machines. That's just when they had it where they could compact it and be able to put it in your house where it's affordable. And you remember how huge these first machines were. They were huge. And they're dinosaurs now. I mean, you probably wouldn't even get 1% of the capacity of those computers with what we have now. And look at the condensed size that you have now. Like most laptops now, or even smartphones, if you were to take that same technology and apply it back then, it would fill up a whole room. You'd have computers and machines all over the room to be able to compete with that type of power. They've been now able to reduce all of that to this right here, your smartphone, your laptops. You remember how big those computers were in the 70s and the 80s and how thin these computers are now. If you were to try to use one of those computers now and try to use it in today's time, you'd probably self-destruct from being overload. So this technology existed then. It was just not able to be condensed into a small space. They had huge rooms of these machines that we call computers then. And we're talking about punch card technology, tracking technology, census, registration. Okay. So there's more here, and I'm gonna let you brothers and sisters go through this, and also you can look, and I'll probably put the PDF for this book. And this is a 500-page book, and I'm pretty sure this author is just going in IBM and the Holocaust, the strategic alliance between Nazi Germany and America's most powerful corporation with these punch cards. Check this out. There's a picture in here I want to show you. Now, they say a picture says 1,000 words. Do I even have to read the caption to this picture, knowing what we know? Now, it's in German, but do you need to understand the German to know what's going on? This was in the 1930s. It says here in the caption, a Dihomag IBM's German subsidiary poster circa 1934. Approximate English translation is see everything with Hollerith punch cards. Are you brothers and sisters following me? Here we have an all-seeing eye in 1934 looking down, although he exalt himself as the eagle, and though his habitation is high, he can see you and look down and see you, but you can't see him. And it says seeing everything with their technology, the Hollerith punch cards. looking down on the whole city and has the whole city on a punch card grid system. Man. So, I want to bring in Lamont so I can kind of go into how this broadcast came about, because it was, never my intentions initially to want to do a broadcast on this, but let me just go ahead and bring the brother in, and we'll get to that. Brother Lamont, I see you there patiently waiting. Can you hear me?
Shalom, Elder. Shabbat Shalom. Can you hear me? Am I coming in loud and clear? Can you hear me, Elder?
Yes. Were you able to hear me?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear. Am I coming in okay? Just want to make sure I got the door open, kind of played around with some stuff, so hopefully this should be a pretty smooth broadcast.
Give me 1 second here. I want to check something real quick. I hope I didn't make a mistake. Were you listening through the YouTube?
No, I was listening through Skype.
Okay, I want to make sure brothers and sisters were able to hear me through 1 second here, because I did something on my screen and I hope that the audio was still coming in through YouTube. So brothers and sisters, I just have to ask a real quick question before we continue. If you could hear me throughout that whole dialogue, press 1. If my sound was muted for whatever reason, press 2. And if you couldn't hear that, because I had hit some buttons, forgot I had hit them, and I hope it didn't mute me, and I just did a 30-minute intro, and it was just silent.
I think you were good. I was kind of looking at the chat, and it looked like people were responding in correlation with what you were saying as you were saying it.
Yeah, I already see people in the chat already getting ahead of the 8 ball, putting the cart before the horse, breaking down the broadcast before we even get to the end. Oh, man. So, okay, so they're saying 1. So everybody, it looks like, was able to hear me throughout that whole dialogue. That's good, because I just said all of that. I would hate to have wasted all that time. I have to say it again. So good. So let me get myself back where I need to be here. 1 second, and I'll bring you in. All right. So just make sure it's good here. All right. So we have here with us, like I said, special guest. He's been on the broadcast before in the past. He always comes with that deep research. And
praise the Most High.
Brother Lamont, Shabbat Shalom. How are you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm fantastic, Elder. Man, you got me geared up over here. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I figured. I'm reading through a lot of that stuff, and I'm like, man, I know you over there just. You can't wait to get loose and just start going in with some of the stuff. Probably a lot of stuff you were already prepared to bring out. But before we go into some of the history, because I had spoke to you about this, about bringing out a lot of the history, I wanted to do an overview. I just wanted to let the brothers and sisters know how this broadcast came about, right? So the last broadcast me and you did, and again, the title still escapes me of what the name of that title was, of that broadcast, exactly what we were talking about, what I brought you on to speak on. But I think it was, you had came on and you were talking about the Pfizer vaccine.
Khan, yes, sir.
Right, you were talking about that, and you were breaking down some documentations that you had given to me. And one thing that was jumping out to me was this, that Germany kept popping up in a lot of the stuff we were talking about that night. So that kind of had a light bulb go off for me. And then you were breaking stuff down, and then you ended up going into, like, I think World War II or something, going back in the history where Operation Paperclip was mentioned by you. And like I was telling you earlier, that planted a seed that didn't sprout till later. But I started really meditating on just this whole American Germany relationship, Operation Paperclip. You know what I did know, the little that I knew, because once I did research, I found out I really didn't know nothing about Operation Paperclip of what I stumbled upon. But that seed started to sprout, and I started to just really put a lot of thought into, let's do a broadcast on Operation Paperclip. And I think it would be really good as I started to do research and tie it to how it connects to 2020 and the times we're living in right now. So that's how this broadcast happened. And I've really been wanting to do this broadcast for a few weeks now, just waiting for the right time. And like I was telling you, we spoke last week about this. And then here it is this Wednesday, Elder Ricard and the elders are on a broadcast talking about typhus during World War II and how they were claiming that the minority population in Germany during that time was dealing with this disease called typhus and how they needed to quarantine and get things set up. So I'm just looking at how it's all coming together in the time, how it's happening. So I just kind of wanted to give a layout to brothers and sisters to let them know, like, this happening is like totally generic, like a lot of this information. And it comes in the spirit. It flows and it comes in the spirit. So I just wanted to kind of preface that, and before I let you loose and go in on the history. So if you had anything to say on that, by all means you can, or if you just want to go straight into what you have when it comes to the history, Operation Paperclip, then however you want to do it, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the floor.
Well, first off, I gotta say all praise to the Most High, Haya, Bashim Yeshaya, Wawak Wadash. Without Yeshaya, without the Father, without the Holy Spirit, none of this is even possible. So when you talk about, just the fluidity of the one mind spirit that we've been speaking on from everybody, it's really just a confirmation that the Most High Spirit is real and that He is, and Yeshaya is directing us from the throne. Because one benefit and one pleasure I've had throughout my time in this body is usually I don't say anything. I just do my work, I study, and when I watch the Academy or just the Saturdays or yours or whatever, and I know I'm not alone in this. It always seems like, okay, I was just thinking that, I was just saying that. So if you have those moments, that's just confirmation from the Most High that you are exactly where you need to be. That being said, even you inviting me on this, I've told you personally, like this back in 2013, I woke up from a standpoint of a conspiracy theorist, quote unquote, back in college, and just how you and definitely Elder Ricard were able to link what was going on from a news standpoint that, the world would deem conspiracy theory, and lining up that with Bible prophecy. You need both of those to really have the edification and understanding of what's going on right now. So just one example, and I'll share this with the audience because I shared it with you. I remember this had to be late 2014. I'm probably, maybe about 6 months into the body. I was very ambitious in doing a timeline to where I had the James Charlesworth version of Pseudepigrapha, but when I came into the body, I realized we had the R.H. Charles. So I wanted to, like, knowing the quote unquote time and how long time is, I was trying to alphabetically and from a timeline standpoint put everything in order. So Officer I-9 was a part of that, and some other brothers. And looking back on it, man, I was pretty young in the spirit. So just to show you how the spirit works, I think it was May 26, 2015, Elder Ricard randomly came back to the States in Philadelphia, where he did a breakdown on the signs of the times. And it was two things that he said that, like, that's why you need guidance and leadership and elders and deacons and etc. Because there was two things that he brought out that kind of put everything kind of in succession for me. When he went into the calendar change of the history of 17, I think it was like 1758 and then 1560, but that lapse in time. So, I remember when that was happening, Officer Anna lived with me, and we we were just like, wow. So, yeah, it seems as we're getting closer and closer to the end, our mind is becoming even more one, just like the enemy's mind. So there's no middle ground where we're at right now. You're either going to the far right or you're going to the far left, and everybody in between is just gonna kind of go into the gulf, so to speak. So. Yeah, that's kind of, I guess, a little intro to, just from my end, confirming everything you're saying, because, and really all praise goes back to the Most High and the Spirit, because, he's unleashing his spirit right now. And you said, you had me laughing over here. You said you were about to unleash me, because that's really how I feel. Because honestly, I never thought the stuff we're about to go into, I never thought I'd actually say this out loud. Like some of this I never even said out loud. I never even thought I'd be in a position to present this until the other side of the kingdom, when after things are established. So this is spiritual warfare, and that's the mindset I have going into what we're about to go into. So all praise to the Most High.
Well, hey, all praises, and it's powerful just how everything's happening and the way it's coming out. And without further delay, because I know you have a lot to go through, and we have time is not on our side, so we definitely want to try to get through as much as we can. I'm not going to hold you back no more. I'm going to do what I said earlier. I'm going to let you loose. I'm let you out the cage and go devour the devil and his counterparts.
Let's get it. Let's get it. All right. So first thing I'll say, learning from the last time I was on here, I purposely framed things to go into, what we were going to talk about. So I'll do that in a similar fashion here. First, I just want to talk about like the rules of engagement. So the things that I'm going to basically talk about, this is not significant to your salvation. So the first thing I want to put out there is, you want to be in order in everything that you do. Do things in decency and order. So this information, if you're not really girded in the spirit and you're not operating in wisdom, this is like giving pearls to swine out in the world. So this is really for those who have ears to see and ears to hear and eyes to see. This is not going to win souls. Bishop Azan definitely has been hitting it home about just the gospels right now, that the power is in the gospel. So the things that I'm going into, you could really put yourself in an awkward predicament on your job or just with family, because this could be a stumbling block, and we don't want to be a stumbling block to anybody. So that being said, the thing that's going to really gives me the confidence in doing this, because like I said, I've never said a lot of this out loud that I'm going to go into. It's our power, Ahaya, Yeshaya, and the Ruach. You got to know where your protection is coming from. And when we talk about orders and ranks, and that's something that even more so as men in particular, we're going to have to get in order, because you have to know where your protection is, and your protection is in the order. So if I'm saying this, it's obviously been green-lighted from the throne under Elder Ricard, who's been chosen to lead this particular congregation. Elder, from a regional elder standpoint, I'm under Bishop Azan, and the officers, Officer Tazadak, Officer Anna, Officer Amath, Officer Thwam. So that is my covering, quote unquote, as a man, because I really only speak for my household, and I only speak for one woman. And I will be kind of going into some perspective. I'm not speaking from the perspective of a woman, just as a man, because I've never been a woman. Don't plan on becoming one, like what you see in the world. So just framing that. So the first thing I'll kind of start off with, do you have those videos ready that I sent you? I guess we can just kind of audio them.
I have the one with the Justice League one. I think that's the one. Did you send me more than that?
I sent you another one with with the Avengers too.
Okay,
Both of those kind of parallel. So while Elder's bringing that out, I've got some cards here that I want to start this off with. So think of this like a game, right? It's the Illuminati card game, and so what the devil is playing right now is a quarantine or an epidemic. Okay, the end goal is World War III, which we know is coming, and Iran and everything has a huge element in that, and he has to bring these things together. He has to bring these things together for the ultimate battle, right? And that's the Battle of Armageddon. So this intro it's called Armageddon in the Hebrew. There will be no Infinity War. So when you think of infinity, how Marvel kind of played it, this won't be a never-ending war. This war is going to end, and it's going to end with Yeshaya blowing up on Satan himself. So where we are right now is a Hollywood production that they're really putting on. All right, and when we get into the CIA and different things like that.
Hold on real quick.
Yeah.
I know I had switched my screen while I was looking for something. Let me pull you back in so they can see what you're showing them. Show them that first. Show them 1 second. The first card that you showed before the Hollywood one.
So the first two that I showed were quarantine, right? In the Elder.
And then flip it around. Flip it around.
And then, oh, okay, you got it.
Flip it around so they can see.
Oh, okay, got it. It's the Illuminati card game. There's a store. Give you a little story behind this. It was a store where I went to school. Don't want to give a lot of personal information away, but it was a store where I went to school that was a quote-unquote conspiracy theory store, and that's where I got these. It was known for getting raided by the FBI and other things. It's no longer there. So that's why I say you really want to operate under your spiritual protection. The reason I can be so bold in saying what I'm saying in this platform is because I know I'm in order and have permission to do so. So, and we'll get into a lot of that. Conspiracy theory store. So, what I also wanted to show was this is a Hollywood production that they're putting on right now, right? And we're going to get into Hollywood and its connection to CIA, etc. But people's minds are getting caught up with these two guys, right? So on I guess you got the intellectuals that you see on CNN, and you hear this term being really talked about a lot, right? Conspiracy theorist. So I'll read these. Both of these are chess pieces that are being used right now. This powerless and so I'm reading the conspiracy theorists. This powerless and much mocked group is prized by the Illuminati because their wild ravings often contain useful ideas. So I've been hearing that buzzword a lot on a lot of mainstream media, and you have the intellectuals, right? So it says, I don't understand that. It must be true. The misnomer is just because some in psychology call the expert fallacy, where just because someone looks like they play the part and talk the part, they really may not be the part. So, for example, if I were to, let's say I were to cut off my fro, cut off my beard, be in a suit, and say I'm a doctor, or just a historian, like I actually try to be. Someone would be more likely to believe me because I look the part. So just because somebody's on CNN or whatever these other outlets doesn't mean that they actually are in understanding, right? And the scripture talks about that. The wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Most High. So with what I'm about to go into, knowing that how this platform is watched, could be somebody who's, hopefully they repent, but usually they have people who actually watch certain things just to kind of keep tabs. So and I'm not getting into conspiracy theory, but time and space happen to all men. So hopefully all men who hear this repent and really come into the truth. So that being said,
I do have those videos now. I don't know if you want to do that now, or
Yeah, we can kick off with it. We can kick off with that. So the reason I wanted to play these is because the end goal is Armageddon, right? That's the ultimate battle that's going down. That's why Satan is in a frantic right now, doing everything he's doing, with, the quote unquote zombie shot, everything, right? So it's culminating that. So we're going to go into Hollywood, and we're going to go into a lot of history connected to World War II, and we're going to play around with Marvel a little bit, because everything we're talking about, they actually were bold enough to put that in the Captain America series. So
Yeah, and
framing that with these two videos.
yeah, and we'll definitely touch more on Captain America later because we have some stuff we definitely want to bring out when it comes to that. Um, but what was I gonna say? Oh, your screen froze. But I'm gonna take you off, and I'm gonna which video did you want to show first? The Justice
Uh,
League or the
yeah,
Avengers?
start off with the Justice League, the story of Steppenwolf. Start off at like 55 seconds. And really pay attention how they're playing this story out, right? Because this ain't about flesh, man. We're battling sadistic and demonic spiritual forces.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show my full screen, and I have a laptop here, so brothers and sisters can see this video without there being any type of copyright interruption, because that's what YouTube likes to do. Um, so let me go ahead and pull this up, make sure it's
Man,
coming in.
just had I'm interrupt. I had a text message come in, man. Had a doctor that I worked with. He doesn't know I'm no longer with that organization, and he just texted me, said I had first COVID vaccination. Will get the second January 12th through the 16th, and I know it's really off the cuff, but one thing that's really been on my spirit, it says a wise man winneth souls. And that's why this is warfare. I'm really been trying to be strategic with family and friends, and yeah, I just wanted to share that live. I don't know why
So
I
that
just did
just
that.
that just came
It
in straight to
just
your
came
phone.
in. This is a guy that I would consider, because on the job, especially, dealing with, the area where I work, I try to be very wise about how I do things, because I know things are watched, recorded, etc. So, um, man, like I almost wish I would have been a little bit better in prepping this guy, man.
Well, I mean, definitely, power of prayer. So hopefully, through your prayers, he'll come to the
Um,
knowledge of truth. But for this video, did you want me to show from 55 seconds all the way to the end?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit different because it's not the exact one that I had downloaded. But if you start at 55, I'll let you know when to kind of cut it off, because it'll kind of show. It kind of comes to a conclusion. But I just want to emphasize the main kind of storyline that they're telling. And when it comes to this, really pay attention as you're listening and watching. Uh, Both of these clips denote what's coming from the sky as the evil thing, right? So just throwing
Yeah.
it out there.
And most of their Hollywood, it's people on Earth gathering together to fight
Mm,
against what's coming
mm,
from the sky. And it was Ronald Reagan that gave a speech at the UN in the 80s that
mm,
said, I find it very strange that if there was some alien threat from space, that all of us would come together and unite, right? And we know under Ronald Reagan they built the Star Wars program and all of that. So,
mm.
um, but yeah, Hollywood loves to invert a lot of things and kind of throw you off. But I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen so people can see this video, and so that we don't get a copyright strike, because they will hit us for copyright
Mm.
if I show this any other way than how I'm about to show it. So here you have. Make sure people can see this. This is Justice League, for those who may or may not have seen this movie, but let me go ahead and play it here.
An apocalyptic power that not only destroys worlds, but transforms them into the primordial hellscape of Steppenwolf's birth world. We should have died, but we formed our own unity. Amazons, Atlanteans, all the tribes of man fought side by side. Warriors of legend. Allies from other worlds. Even the gods themselves all acted as one, laying down their lives to drive Steppenwolf away. Some say it drove him mad. The disgrace of his first retreat. He swore our alliance would crumble. The darkness would cover the earth. And that he would return when it did.
You can stop it right there.
Left behind, the mother boxes were too dangerous to be kept.
And when you look at that clip, you actually see the Greek gods. I know we talked about Saturn
One to the Atlanteans.
earlier
Both
with the Operation Paperclip and how they were developing Saturn rockets. So again, in a lot of stuff that they show, they always love to go to their Greek gods with what they do. But did you want me to show the other video?
Not as long, but there's a particular element because DC and Marvel are separate, but there's both under that Hollywood umbrella. And Satan, he's the chief director and producer. So let's get that straight. So he's like that cartoon character at the end that is giving away his secret, right? Because it's at the end, and he thinks because he can say it at the end, So that's what he's doing with both of these entities, I'll call them.
Yeah, and there's a lot of the same writers that write for Marvel and DC.
Mm-hmm.
They may not be working at the same time, but at one point they may have worked for DC, and then now they work for Marvel, or vice versa. So they're all sharing these same ideas and putting them on Hollywood screen for us to watch. So I'll go ahead and show this one. This is Endgame, right?
Endgame. And so priming this for the audience, there hasn't been a spectacle like what Marvel put together over the last decade. I think the first one came out in 2008. And so keep in mind, these movies are designed to, number one, program you with predictive programming. They're designed to distract you from the real reality. And they're also designed to really cement things into you that we're going to talk about later on. Because the three phases I'm going to talk about is the intro, especially the history leading up to Paperclip itself, and like how Elder was saying, how these things play a role today. So this could be I got a lot of notes. If any point, Elder, you need me to just go over something or don't say something, just let me know. But I've got 3 pages worth of notes here. So,
okay.
Yeah.
We'll definitely see, just depending on time and how it flows, we'll play it by ear.
But
I'll go ahead and show this. The last movie somebody want to know what it was, is Justice League. Right, and this is actually Marvel's Avengers Endgame, and I talked a little bit about this last broadcast, Operation Endgame, about Thanos. So this is actually talking about this video is actually showing this last battle. So I'm gonna go ahead and show it. Oh, let me switch screens real quick.
So I wanted to show these two just to kind of set the table because the greatest battle in time is about to happen with Armageddon. So can you imagine when the dead in Christ rise first and people like David and our forefathers, are back for that moment and we go into the kingdom, right? So Satan knows this day is coming. He dreads this day, and he's preparing for this day. So I wanted to start that off just to kind of to set a precedence for the reason of something like Operation Paperclip, and why is that even something that was done then. Elements are still going on now because it's in preparation for something bigger than 99.9% of people aren't really wrapping their minds around yet. Because at the end of the day, this is Bible prophecy being fulfilled.
Yeah, because you'll look at Operation Paperclip and say, "Oh, well, that happened back in the 40s or 60s after World War II. That had nothing to do with right now."
Mm-hmm.
Right, you can be totally oblivious if you don't understand what it was, all about, what was going on. And just real quick, if you could refresh your camera.
All right, so I'm gonna take my time. Definitely utilize what we have. So I would encourage anybody to take notes because I've got 3 pages worth of stuff, and I don't want this to be kind of all over the place for people. So this is going to be a journey. So again, we're going to go into some history that led up to Paperclip. We're going to go over Paperclip itself, and one thing I have I'm going to share and show is the actual declassified document with the list of the German scientists or Nazi scientists that America brought over, what they specialized in, and what they segued into. And the last portion of this is, I think, the most pertinent, being how this is being applied today. So to start off, you said something that is very significant. So I'll just go ahead and start off here. You said, Elder, that this has been 2,000 years in the making, right? Because this is Rome versus the kingdom to come. So a little bit of history, and I want to go into law a little bit. There's a term, and it's abbreviation SPQR, Syntatus Populesque. Sorry, not the best to pronounce in Latin. Romanus, which means shared government rather than concentrated monarchy. So that was a philosophy of the Romans. Now, how does that practically relate to what we're talking about? Well, number one, Rome is the 4th beast, and Elder Ricard and Academy, I'd encourage everybody to get in that to get that breakdown. But when you look at how this beast operates, it operates under the illusion of freedom, where you can vote, have your voice and all this stuff, but we don't really realize especially as Israel, what we're submitting ourselves to. The way I always reason with scripture and the law and Christ's word. So when you go into the law, as an Israelite, I can't have a Gentile or any other king over me. So I can't really willingly vote for a left or the right or anything in between, right? Because I know where my power comes from. I know the order that's set up over my life, which I started this off with, which are power in heaven and the leadership that they've set up. If you stay within that, just like Job, when you stay in the hedge of protection, right, you survive. Looking at, I'm probably showing my countryness here, but when you look at sheep, right? And if anybody who's on the broadcast listening right now, if you ever heard it or know anything about sheep versus goats, sheep actually like the parameters that you set around them, right? You can strategically herd your sheep to devour different, you can actually mow your property with sheep. But the thing with goats is they see the parameters as a challenge, right? Mm-hmm. So while the sheep are obedient in order, safe, the GOAT will see the laws, Christ's words, or even the I would say statutes that leadership has put in place as obstacles, right? So W.E. Du Bois talked about this this duality that we have as quote unquote African Americans of being, quote unquote black in America, but it's being black and having to operate in Rome itself, the dichotomy of going to and fro. So when it comes to being an Israelite, we're a monarchy. We're actually a theocracy with Christ as our king. So something I wrote down. This is out of the Congressional Record. It was a university. I used to go to their law library. Didn't realize that I would ever be in a position to share this with anybody. But and just a side note, anybody who's a real scholar right now, even the libraries are in a different type of check, because for instance, I go to different college libraries. The library that I got this from and wrote it down from, they aren't letting anybody who isn't a student in, and there are different parameters. So get this knowledge while and when you can. So this is Congressional Record, Senate, volume 147, part 12, page 16,473 of the 107th Congress, first session, September 6, 2001 through September 25th, 2001. Now, why is that significant? September 11th happened in between this. So even like Babylon is doing it really just like what the Most High does. Everything we do is recorded, right? So this is, when you go into Congressional Record, you can see every word that anybody says on the floor. So I'll go to Senator from Delaware, Biden at the time, right? And this is 3 days after, I know, crazy, like, this was years ago, so it's funny how things work out. This is the 3 days after 9/11. He says, Mr. President, my mom has an expression: out of every tragedy, something good will come if you look hard enough, right? The Hungarian dialect, which I'm sure this guy, is, if he even is a resident in his body still. He goes on to say, we went to our civil Bible, the Constitution, and we said, what does it call for here, right? The civil Bible. So when you go into the word civil legally, and the reason I'm going here is for a couple of reasons. Number one, just to provide some context, because things that I'm going to go into, most people are probably going to be shocked at the illegal nature of what this government has done. That's why I'm really choosing my words very carefully, because I'm not going to say anything that I can't prove and show, right? So most people are going to really, if you're green to this, you're going to really wonder how the government was able to do all this illegal stuff that goes against the Constitution. Well, I think the world will end tomorrow if a lot of, red-blooded Americans really realize this, but nobody's operating under the Constitution. Those who believe in it is probably still, but the quote-unquote government structure is not operating under the Constitution. Especially, and side note, when it comes to the organization called the CIA, which helped fund Google, and Google now owns this platform. So I was really serious when I said, definitely operate in a particular wisdom, because if it's almost like in this world, you have to balance. You have to know the Most High's law, and have to know Rome's law, and you have to discern good and evil to make sure that you always put the Most High's law over Roman law. Because at the end of the day, you want to honestly be, in good standing with men and the Most High. But I digress. So this is a Black's Law Dictionary. It's a first edition, 1891. And so Senator Biden definitely understood what he was saying when he said civil Bible. So when you say civil, right, that goes back from a legal term meaning Roman, and that's why I'm going here. So civil law, the Roman law and the civil law are convertible phrases, meaning the same system of jurisprudence is now frequently denominated the Roman civil law. So Roman civil law was established really or civil law to the extent that it's still being used today by Rome. And when you even look at how England and a lot of the common law is set up, a lot of that is related to the civil law that was set under Justinian in like the 500 ADs, right? So you have the holy law, which is the Most High's law, and you have civil law. Those two are competing for precedence right now. Another one I'll go into, this is the 10th edition Black's Law Dictionary. And
just real quick, before
Yes,
you
sir.
go there with what you just said, because what you said was real key about how Rome's law and the Most High's law right now are competing for superiority in our lives. And it goes back to when Christ said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar, but unto God what is God's. And you also made something about you want to be in good standing with the Most High, the Father in heaven. You also want to be in good standing with men, right? But ultimately, your good standing rests with the Most High over men, right? So it's being able to operate in this world and be able to, do the things that would be peaceful unto men, unto the government, that would not conflict with the Most High.
And that is a very key balance. So this is this particular 10th edition. The guy who he's a fellow at a university here in Texas, not the University of Texas, but there's at the end of this they've got like Latin proverbs, right? Very interesting. So the one I wanted to bring out, I'm probably going to destroy the Latin. It says "Nun in tabulis est jus," meaning it is not in books that the law is to be found. I think when you think about that, it's saying it's not in books that the law is to be found, because really the law that these Luciferians, these Satanists are operating, they use this for their sheep, right? But the laws that they use are superseded even by the Constitution, because Satan is their God and he's lawless. So when you look at the organization by the CIA, when it comes to the Great White Throne Judgment, I don't think any organization is probably in more hot water than the CIA, because when it talks about in the Revelations that her sins will reach up to heaven, you do some research on things that this organization has done over the last 60 years. A book I want to show is the CIA and the Cult of Intelligence. All right, and these are two affiliates of this organization. Now, this book is historic because it says the CIA book that the agency itself tried to suppress. The book in which Victor, I'll exclude the names, former high-ranking CIA official tells how the agency actually works and how its original purpose has been subverted by its obsession with clandestine operations. Catch this: the first book the U.S. government ever went to court to censor before publication. So this is it's some devastating stuff in this book. Now, I said this was spiritual warfare, and the weapons that I'm using on purpose, I don't want to give my opinions on things. I just want to show, right? So I said it last time, we used to work with kids, and I used to, I'm wearing this shirt on purpose. So salute to Washington Street. If you know, you'll know. But they always said, I reminded them of the kid from the Boondocks. First time I ever watched the whole series was a few years ago. I had some friends in high school that watched it, but I never really watched it. But really intriguing series. So I wanted to, this is something I always kind of carry with me in my office after they said that, and some people in the body have said the same thing. So I got here and I edited it. So it says, once you comprehend the threat an educated Israelite man, and I crossed out black man on purpose, poses to the global system of Roman, not white, supremacy, you can understand why the educational system as an institution is designed to suppress and even annihilate the mental elevation of the Israelite child.
Mm.
So I'm really big on like reading.
I think we can tell with all those books stacked up like that.
One of the reasons I grew up in the church all my life, and I remember like it was yesterday, February 2009. I saw something with a friend, that I grew up with in college, and some other friends that really shook my faith, because I had been in the church all my life, and we saw the movie Zeitgeist, right? That was kind of the my red pill, and I remember, at the end of it, everybody had their own perspective, and I really felt what death felt like. And what I mean by, I know that sounds extreme. This is what I mean by that. There's a friend that I known growing up, and another friend that I met in college. And when they had said that they didn't believe in Christ, right? I literally dropped to my knees. Like I never felt anything like that. Like, because just hearing those words come out of somebody's mouth, like, devastated my spirit. Like, my spirit was hurt for their spirit. So, and there was nothing at that point as a young man I could do to refute anything I just saw. I was really just operating on blind faith. So I made a mission to myself to never feel like that again. So, that's why I'm really big on reading, and, so this is definitely not about me, but I'm giving all praise to Yeshaya, because he's brought me a very long way, and I'm eternally grateful for it. So a couple more things, and then we'll shift a little bit, because I'm going to read something out of The Cult of Intelligence here in a second. But so why is law so interesting and important? This is a book, The Dictionary of Demons. Now, I'm going into Samael. The reason I'm going to Samael, because it's something that Elder Carr has already gone into. But when you go into this particular book, it's interesting. It says Samael, as both a fallen angel and a heavenly being. As a fallen angel, Samael is said to teach magic. Now, when we get into especially the things that were done off the springboard of paperclip, a lot of it falls under the biblical box of sorcery, divination, you name it. So it gets kind of heavy. So Samael is said to teach magic, necromancy, and occult sciences. Catch this, though. Oddly, he also teaches jurisprudence. So that's law, right? So Samael is also the god of jurisprudence of law. Maybe if anybody remembers, go back and watch the movie The Devil's Advocate. The very end, right? There's a clip where he talks about lawyers and why, like, I think he said there are more lawyers in law school now than there are something. But basically that movie kind of went into how Satan really uses law. And I've had the, I guess you say, privilege of, or this misfortune of talking to several lawyers. But man, that's an industry that, if you aren't girded, man, it'll take your soul.
And just real quick, just so everybody knows, when you talk about Samael, that Samael is another name for Satan, and Samael is actually in the biblical text. So, going to a book like that just gives us some insight from a secular point of view of who Samael is, so we can identify, his modes of operation, and it lines totally up with Scripture. So
next weapon I'm pulling out is the art and Science of Trial Advocacy. Now, our advocate is Christ. This is a book that is good for any lawyer who's like green into it, about to probably go into your first case and career, and just some baseline stuff of, just anybody green going into it. But this book starts off in page 4, and catch this, Elder. It says and this is on the well, that's not irrelevant. Catch this. The larger point is that lawyers play the central role in the system. They are insiders, the ones with knowledge of the secret handshakes and ceremonial rituals, and they dictate to a large degree whether the system functions properly. Did you I remember reading this. I did not expect to see that, and it still just baffles my mind to even read it. But I'm gonna say that I'm gonna read it again. It says they are the insiders, the ones with knowledge of secret handshakes and ceremonial rituals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a fraternity, and once you kind of just dealing in a courtroom, you don't even have to really even do research. You'll see how, like, the lawyers, whether it's the prosecutor or the defense, how they all talk and congregate and speak to the judge, and how they all work together. Like, hold up, like, y'all all look like y'all are on the same side, working on the same team. Like, I thought you, my defense lawyer or my prosecuting lawyer, you supposed to be on my side.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all making deals, and that's where the secret handshakes and all those things you're going into come about. And,
so this is
you could just refresh real quick.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Freemasons. Somebody said it. The Masons are the Freemasons.
So now I'm going back into this particular weapon, the CIA and the cult of intelligence, because a lot of he calls it a cult because he really kind of goes into the religious aspect of the funding, the purpose, and the beliefs of the inner circle of this organization, right? So I'm going to read just a short one of the intros. It says, there exists in our nation today a powerful and dangerous secret cult, the cult of intelligence. Its holy men are the clandestine professionals of the Central Intelligence Agency. Its patrons and protectors are the highest officials of the federal government. Its membership extending far beyond, catch this, governmental circles. That's the key. This organization really prides itself on being above the law, right? Reaches its power centers of industry, commerce, finance, and labor. Its friends are many in areas of important public influence, the academic world, and we're going to get into the academic world because when it comes to paperclip and a lot of the experiments that were done in projects, a lot of universities were used on that. We'll actually get into Yale because we'll get into the supporters of Nazism, if that's a word, I'm reading that correctly, with the Bushes, right? Skull and Bones, the brothers under the skin, quote unquote. So there's just so many elements of this that we really kind of do have to take our time with it, because I know if you've never heard any of this before, there's a lot to take in. So, if you go back and watch this, you may want to pause it. But I'm really, as a teacher, I have to take my time and not just cram this. You got to be present in the moment and just soak it all up. Its friends are many in the areas of important public influence, the academic world, and the communities and the communications media. The cult of intelligence is a secret fraternity of the American political aristocracy. So, key thing to understand, this organization was created after World War II, and we're going to get into that history here in a second. But the CIA was created by what most people would say the 1%, or the powers that be, to protect business interests. Okay, that's first and foremost. So before we go back, we'll stay in the present. So how is this? How is the intelligence community really set up today? I hope I still have that. I don't know where they go. Got it. All right. So this is where you want to take some notes. And all this is actually, these are all attached to the intelligence community today. So it's no longer just the CIA. There are different elements in it, but we're in that particular organization. So first thing you want to write down is the CFR, right? Council on Foreign Relations. It was formed in 1921 by the Morgans, the Rothschilds, a lot of these people that I said, the aristocracy. Thank you. I was struggling with saying that word.
Oh yeah.
They set the CIA up to protect business interests, right? So the Council on Foreign Relations is really, when you look that up, that's really the governmental body of the United States. It's not the Constitution, it's not the president, it's not the Senate, it's not even the local state representatives. This entity really controls everything from an international standpoint that pulls America's in whatever direction. So your wars, your proxy wars, any of that, it really, they get their directive from the Council of Foreign Relations, which was created by the Rockefellers, Morgans, Rothschilds. Do your history on it. The CIA was created by members of the CFR. And I wanted to note here, 21 directors have been members of the CFR. So you don't become a head of the CIA without going through them, which really kind of shows. Mainstream media. So we're going to talk about media a lot because media has been a huge ally to the intelligence community. You can look into, I talked about it before, Operation Mockingbird. That was where the CIA infiltrated media outlets to disseminate purposed information to every news outlet and propaganda, basically, yeah. So Philip and Catherine Graham. Catherine, if I remember, it was a movie that was based off of her, and I think Tom Hanks played a role. I think it was back in the 70s when Nixon was a president, but just kind of give you some idea of the connection here. But Philip and Catherine Graham, Philip supposedly killed himself. So let's throw that out there. You got the NSA, National Security Agency, was created by executive order outside of the Constitution during World War I. Okay, so that's the NSA. I think we've all kind of heard about the NSA at this point. You've got FISA, which stands for Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. FISA courts act outside of Congress, okay? And the American people. So they can grant warrants to domestically spy on U.S. citizens, right? So that's something that shouldn't be done. That's why I said anybody who's in the know knows that this government is not operating under its Constitution. That is unconstitutional. There's no entity that should be able to domestically spy on citizens. But a lot of this changed after 9/11 because that was the reasoning and the justification of why we have to now domestically spy on our citizens, because we don't want an internal terrorist, quote unquote, thing to pop off. Silicon Valley. All right. Silicon Valley is huge, especially now. Give you a key example. Jeff Bezos, right? Main guy over Amazon and the cloud. He got a $500 million contract with the CIA to kickstart the Amazon cloud. And I forgot what it was called, but if a lot of my tech people, I know you know what I'm talking about. Amazon, what is it called? It's Amazon something.
You can refresh.
So Silicon Valley.
It's not Prime, is it? Not Amazon Prime.
No, not Prime. It's the cloud system. I forgot what the name of the cloud system.
I know. Matter of fact, later in this broadcast, I think at some point, I get to that in the article, so it'll probably come out then.
Okay, kind of. So why is Silicon Valley such a key? Well, this is how the CIA really kind of meddles with them. They give them money, right? So basically, let's say you're a tech company and the CIA comes to you with, $500 billion or $500 million. But to get that money, you have to sign a secrecy agreement. So this is how they really operate. They operate in the cloud of darkness. Basically, because they can say that if this threatens national security, we have to keep this secret because it'll threaten national security, right? Which has nothing to do with national security. It has everything to do with Satan and his beast system and what they're engineering. That's just the guise that they hide under. So a lot of these silicon tech companies, they are handcuffed. Like me, I'm not connected to the CIA. I'm not a detective. I'm not even in leadership in the church. I'm not connected. I haven't signed no secrecy agreement. Like, I'm not a Mason. I haven't taken any secret oaths. So, like, it's a blessing because I can actually talk about these things because I'm not bound by anything, right? The only thing I'm bound by is my Lord and Savior. So that goes right back to, I got to preference this again. Don't take this information and then tell your family, and definitely don't talk about this on the job. That's not wise. So this is for this platform. The JSOC. The JSOC is a Joint Special Operations Command. They're the president's private army, so he can send them anywhere he wants. He's like the most elite of the elite when it comes to, military industrial complex. You've got the DNI, Director of National Intelligence, which the DNI comprises of 17 agencies, federal, made up of thousands of people. Reported in 2010 that 1,271 government organizations and 1,931 private companies in 10,000 locations in the U.S. were working on counterterrorism, homeland security, and intelligence. And that the intelligence community as a whole includes 854,000 people holding top secret clearances. These are the people that I was talking about. They can't speak on these things, right? So while you got the conspiracy theorists and the intellectuals on TV kind of going back and forth or whatever, form of media, there are people on this side, and I would like to say we're on the right side, that understand what's really going on. But the ones on the left can't say anything because they go to jail, they could get killed, or they could lose the bag that they've been given, right? So when Satan can compromise you and bribe you, that puts you on hush mode very easily. But then again, I got to say this again, you want to be in order and wisdom in how you operate. Again, I wouldn't be this bold if I didn't have confidence that, I'm in order in bringing this information out. Because again, I never even thought I'd be talking about these things. Note, United States Intelligence Community, the IC, it was established by, and you can write this down, was established by Executive Order 12-12333, signed December 4th, 1981 by guess who? Ronald Reagan. So, and just kind of go through some of these. Department of Homeland Security, you got the Department of State, the Defense Intelligence Agency, you got the NRO, which is all the satellites. So that just kind of give you an idea of the anatomy of the intelligence community and everything that Satan is using. So when it comes to what's going to cause, especially World War III, like I showed with this card, those entities are really the antagonists that are really going to get that going. So we'll make a transition into building up towards Paperclip. How am I doing so far, Elder?
I would say, how much more would you say you have?
It's still a lot, but I can go right into World War II and the key players like Bush, etc. If you want me to.
So about what I was looking at is about 30 minutes. I was wanting to go into the connecting it to 2020. So
got it.
You got 30 minutes to work with.
Okay. Yes, sir. All right. So I'll just go right into World War II. So what really what was the historical elements that is really hidden that led up to Paperclip? So three things I'll give you, and then I'll give you the character. So I guess at this point, I guess I'll share my screen.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. I'll let you know
All right.
if I got you. Or once I do got you. Right now it's black, so it's waiting. Okay, I see your screen now.
Okay. All right. So we'll start off with this is really what kick-started the CIA. So you mentioned the OSS, which is what which really constituted everything that was intelligence agency up to that point. But Operation Underworld. So Operation Underworld, and I'll just read it verbatim here, was the United States government's code name for the cooperation of 45 to counter Axis spies and saboteurs along the U.S. Northeastern seaboard ports. Now, so what happened? And this was so you had Lucky Locarno, who was the head of the Italian mob in New York. Yeah, yes, sir.
Real quick, it went out. It's funny, right when you were about to say probably the only unspeakable word in that sentence, your Skype went out, and it hasn't done that this whole time. But it is good now. So go back. So go back. You said Operation Underworld. You said the U.S. government's code name for the cooperation of, and then as soon as you got to go into those names right there, your Skype went out. Right?
That's funny. Okay, well, I'll reread it again verbatim. Operation Underworld was the United States government's code name for the cooperation of Italian and Jewish organized crime figures from 1942 to 1945 to counter Axis spies. So, to set the framework here, you had the SS Normandy that was basically sabotaged on the docks in New York. Now, the Italian mafia, especially Lucky Locarno, they own the docks. So that just shows you how ingrained organized crime was, because the government had to go to organized crime, in this situation, and Jewish organized crime.
Yeah, because when you talk about Italy and Jewish, you're talking about who? Esau, Amalek, or Rome. Right?
Bingo. So now it's debatable, but if you listen to the Italian side, they purposely did it knowing that they could bait in and get it in with what they were trying to do.
Right.
So from that point, you had, now here's a key, and I'm going to another one because all these are interconnected. Operation Gladio. Now, Operation Gladio was Italian organized crime, the Vatican, and the CIA working together in drug smuggling. So most people are familiar with the Iran-Contra scandal, but most people aren't familiar with Operation Gladio, which was the inception of anything we saw in the 80s, especially the crack epidemic. So this is how they did it. They grew the opium in different areas like China. The Italian mob would, of course, peddle it. To clean the money, they used the Vatican Bank. All right. So it's a lot of juicy stuff when you really do your research on this. So just for time, I'll just kind of leave that there. So you got Italian mafia, you've got the CIA, and you've got the money cleansers, quote unquote, of the dirty money, the Vatican Bank. So much to go into, but we'll say that for the date, most are willing. So that brings us to, you guessed it, Operation Paperclip. So Operation Paperclip, as Elder has gone into, was the U.S. Entity, and I'll call it an entity, that recruited Nazi scientists under the table, recruited them into different places of academia, industry, corporations, you name it. So these guys who really should have been put away for war crimes were now being utilized. And that's why I said when it comes to the Great White Throne Judgment and when it comes to the CIA, like, oof, boy, you better repent. Like I'll just say that. But so let's go into some of the history. So end of World War One, right? You had the Dulles brothers. Allen Dulles was one of the heads of the CIA. The Treaty of Versailles, that settlement where Germany had to pay all that money. I think today it was probably like $250 trillion that relates to how much war reparations that they had to share. So, looking at Hitler was basically a patsy. So I need to share my screen again. Slovakia. All right, so let's go into some of the players. So just for time, I'm gonna just kind of go through a gauntlet here. So let's look at several things. Let's look at World War One. World War One, if you're familiar with Albert Pike's letter, was systematic and on purpose, right? It was basically strategically engineered. So a lot of key things happened. First thing I want to highlight, before World War II got going, the international cartel, I'll name it, had to really secure America, right? So when you go into the battle, you go into the Rothschilds. Everybody's familiar with that name. 1813, you had the Battle of Waterloo. Nathan Rothschild, who really had influence and control of the Bank of England at that point, basically sent out a spy to give false information to London. So in the Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon fell to England, but he reported through his informant that France had won the war. So a lot of the bankers, what they panicked and did was they got rid of all their ties or capital or bonds to the Bank of England. Well, what happened, Nathan Rothschild, when they did that, ended up buying them back for pennies on the dime, because they did that in panic, thinking that France had won the war, when all actuality, England had won the war. So at the end, when the dust settled, the Rothschilds now owned the Bank of England. Now, 1813, you fast forward all the way to 1913. Think of the Red Shield or the Rothschilds basically conquered all international banks. So basically, when you look at fractional reserve banking today, these are banks internationally that do not really have any substance backing their currency. That's a whole, I guess, showing itself, because you could connect that to the market of beasts, Federal Reserve, etc. But 1913, the Federal Reserve was created, which is it has nothing to do with the federal government. It's an independently owned bank, right? That's the first thing you got to know. So going to World War I, the international cartel had to secure and control America. So a lot of the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, they backed Woodrow Wilson, right? Woodrow Wilson, his whole campaign was we wouldn't go to war and a lot of different things. But in that, he was basically the patsy that they would use to implement and get that in, right? So I think it was December 1913, through that dead period, all of a sudden 1914 pops up and America no longer controls its currency. 1914, World War I starts. Now, here's the key, and I'm going to show this. Let me see. Let me pull this up. So, Germany had basically won the war halfway in, right? So we know World War I was 1914 through 1918. Really, when you got to about 1916, Germany had all but really won the war. England was on its last leg, France, you name it. So the quote unquote Zionists, spearheaded by the Rothschilds, basically in secret went to London or England and said, if you give us Palestine, we'll bring America into the war. Right. So what I'm showing right now is the Balfour document. Right. The Balfour document. Now, this is reading some of this. It says, "Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you on behalf of His Majesty's government the following declaration of sympathy with the Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. His Majesty's government's view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, in being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil or in religious right of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation." So that is huge. This is a key historical document. You can't say this conspiracy theory, etc. So let's put this in perspective. America was not trying to get into World War I, right? You had, I don't have to go into a lot of the history. We know is just random stuff that didn't make sense happen, and all of a sudden America's now in the war, right?
Yeah. According to the narrative, they weren't trying to get in the war. Mm-hmm. According to the narrative, but somehow they ended up in it anyway.
A keynote. I was going to go into more detail. Write down the Creel Commission, and Edward Bernays. He's got a book by the name of called Propaganda. So I was going to go into so when we get into this, we're going to really go into the sorcery aspect and hypnosis, because a lot of that paperclip is relevant today. But so the Creel Commission was basically the first time you saw scientifically where you could use propaganda to get people to do something, right? So this is mass propaganda on the whole country to get America into the war. Remember, when you understand the history, America didn't want no parts of the war, right? But all of a sudden we're galvanized. This is how they've always baited this place. They always had to give America an enemy, right? Whether it be terrorism today, the communists, the Viet Cong, the Nazis, etc. Like this is Satan's military errand boy, right? And a lot of stuff that's about to happen is as a result of America being Big Brother, but it was really manipulated into being Big Brother, and the world is about to revolt against Mystery Babylon. So now we fast forward right in between World War I, World War II. Now, this actually came out, right? Now, imagine you are a German loyalist, nationalist, and you find out that it was now remember, Germany was a great place for the quote unquote Jewish people, right? Even leading up to World War II. So the Germans found out that they were sold out by the Zionists. That's what really kind of created some tension to begin with. But at the same time, it didn't really escalate to anything. The average German didn't hate a Jewish person in that time, etc. That was really propagandized and built up by the Nazi beast that was being fueled by a lot of Americans, and we're gonna get to that point. But gotta set the picture here. So you fast forward into really the 30s, right? We talked about eugenics, how American eugenics was really an American institution that Nazi Germany adopted, right? So going to my notes, and I'm going to share my screen again. Let's see. So let's go into some of the characters. So first person I think I X'd out of something. Oh, well, I still got everything I need. Okay, Samuel P. Bush. There we go.
Okay, are you finished with him, or you still got to talk about him?
I'm actually going to start with them now. So now I'm going to go into the players of who really propped up the Nazi machine. So when it came to World War I, a lot of what was discovered by the international cartel is that war was good for business. So war was profitable. World War One is even one of the reasons why America got catapulted into such a superpower because of the financial profits that it gained. So, just for example, Remington. If Remington did typewriters, they actually did guns. So most people don't realize that the guns that were killing people were killing Americans were, American-made guns. Henry Ford. Henry Ford. I actually show this one. Let's see. Henry Ford. It came out. The tanks and the cars and the trucks that were used by the Germans were Ford trucks. Okay, like
Right.
they were Ford. So Ford actually won a suit. That's what I'm showing here. CornellLaw.edu. That's where I'm showing this one. It says Ford Motor Company versus United States. So catch this. He sued the United States government and won because the U.S. bombed not German facilities that had Ford built trucks, tanks, etc. Right? So a lot of these guys were funding both sides of the war. So when we talk about from how we're taught in school, it was just so this side versus that side. That was only for the average Joe, right? If you were really a politician or somebody who could really control capital or industry, you were making money off both sides because it didn't matter. They positioned themselves to where it didn't matter who won the war, they were gonna win anyway and profit.
They finance both sides.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a book called Synagogue of Satan by Alfred P. Hitchcock
Mm-hmm.
that actually or Hitchcock, I forget the first name, but the author actually goes in and shows how the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers financed both sides of the war. So for them, they needed the war because through that now they're making all these profits by getting paid on both sides.
Con. So now we'll go back to Samuel P. Bush. Most people are familiar with George W. and George H.W. Bush, but this was a family, especially when you look at the Herbert Walker. So the Walker family, and the Bush family were really kind of together. They owned slaves, etc. So they really knew how to, benefit off, manpower. So Samuel Prescott Bush was an American businessman and industrialist. He was a patriarch to the Bush political family. He was the father of U.S. Senator Prescott Bush, grandfather of, So this is where they really kind of got their quote unquote start in infamy. Now,
so just so everybody knows, Samuel Prescott Bush was the grandfather of George H.W. Bush and the great grandfather of George W. Bush, right? And this is key when it comes to talking about the CIA and Operation Paperclip. So you have to we're developing a relationship here that this guy is going to have with the Germans.
Con. And side note, George Herbert Walker Bush was actually head of the CIA back in the 70s. So, I remember I said this was the international cartel protecting their business interests in creating the CIA. And their business is Lucifer's business, or Satan's business.
Exactly. So how is it that you have these guys, the Bushes, who are supposed to represent America as presidents, great-grandfather and grandfather, is deeply connected with the Nazis? That's the question I would ask.
And we were about to answer that question. So, side note, most people may be familiar with Skull and Bones because I may mention the universities, right? So Skull and Bones was a Yale fraternity. Do a bunch of weird demonic stuff. They've been exposed or movies on it. It's not really a secret. Just give you an idea of some of the people who've been bonesmen. William Max Evarts, who was U.S. Secretary of State. You've got William H. Taft was a president. Walter Camp was one of the founders of NFL football. Percy Rockefeller with Standard Oil. Averell Harriman, I made mention of the Harriman family last broadcast. Both Bushes. So they call themselves brothers under the skin, right? And actually, one thing I want to show. This is I'm showing my. Not share my screen. I'm going to show something real quick. Just I know we've been talking about masonry and secret societies to a degree, so just something just to show some proof. I'm going to share. I want to show some on the screen real quick. So this is Richard's Monitor, a Freemasonry. So this is the ritual book. So all the secret handshakes, the codes, all that.
I seen I seen the Star of David, so-called Star of David in there. What you would call the Israeli star was in there.
So this is all there. It goes from it shows you the rituals from the 1st degree to the 33rd degree. How I got this is nothing but the Most High. But notice the skull and bones here, the death head, right? The a lot of Nazi generals had the death head on their, military caps, right? Skull and bones is their emblem. You'll see 322 under it. So just showing remember this was the cult, the CIA cult, right? This is a cult. We're not a cult. These are cults.
Yeah, because all of this has been done in the veil of secrecy.
Okay.
Just like Operation Paperclip, we stated, was a secret operation, right, between Nazi scientists and America. So it was being done. Now, what would the American public would have thought if they had known that what was going on? You think they would have been in support for that happening right after World War II?
So just for time, just kind of getting to the point with some of the heavy hitters. So Fritz Thyssen, remember this guy? He was a German businessman born in one of Germany's leading industrial families. So oh yes, Slovakia. All right. So Fritz Thyssen, again, was a German businessman born into one of Germany's leading industrial families. Thyssen was an early supporter of the Nazi Party, right? So he was German, but he was working with majority of the people he was working with, especially during this time, were Americans, and we're going to get into some of those. So the Bushes, I'm going to get that's so many people to get into, but for time and just for keeping the main thing. Thyssen owned like 3/4 of German steel, had control of it. So important note, I got to go back real quick. World War I. So you had the war reparations that Germany was forced to pay. Now, that was actually a good thing for Germany and the international cartel, because it was an opportunity to prop Germany back up. Their industrial infrastructure was still remarkable and strong. So what happened was it was an opportunity for these international capitalists and bankers to basically really control the German market. So what happened was you had a lot of the natural German businessmen basically were leveraged out of capital control in their country, right? Because of just how how everything kind of played itself out. So Thyssen worked with like your Bushes, your Harrimans, your Rockefellers, and these are the men that really built up Hitler, right? Because think about it, we even at this point in the 40s, you had international banking, which was fractional reserve banking, which in ultimately was controlled by a very small group of people. One thing I got to make mention of is the Bank of International Settlers. I'll say that again. the Bank of International Settlements. This, and I'm going to read something real quick. So I'm in a book by name called Tragedy and Hope by Carol Quigley. It says Germany's foreign exchange position was ended by placing the responsibility for transferring reparations from marks to foreign currency squarely on Germany. To assist in this task, a new private bank called the Bank of International Settlements was established in Switzerland. Owned by the chief central banks of the world, the holding accounts for each of them, the Bank of International Settlements was to serve as a central bankers bank and allowed international payments to be made by merely shifting credits from one country's account to another on the books of the bank. So what does that mean? Basically, the Bank of International Settlements controls all the central banks, and we know all the central banks are controlled. So this was the system. They consolidated power so much that they could really create and destroy governments, right? So
through financial means.
Bingo. If a country
through the banks.
Bingo. If a country does not control its currency, who controls the country?
Right.
So let's go into Frantz Thyssen. He was a key player. I've got Montague Norman. First, he was an English banker. I've got a quote from him. Let me get it real quick. He said, "We must lend Germany 900 million DM. It may never be repaid, but it will be less of a loss than the fall of Nazism," right? So this is an English banker really pushing the support of the Germans, because going back to Albert Pike's War, remember, it was World War I, it was World War II. This was all planned. So all these people needed to build up Germany for World War II. Now, going back to the Bushes, keynote, Brown Brothers Harriman. And what? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, just real quick before you go to them, if you could go back to that last guy, just real
Yes,
quick,
sir.
and then we'll come right back here. It says he was the currency dictator of Europe.
Bingo.
So I seen that real quick. I just wanted to point that out on him, but we can go to that next one.
So because. And this is, man, the same thing is happening today. Like most people realize that a president has nothing to do with how well economically a country does. Especially if you are a democracy, because the democracies are controlled.
Or what a country's doing. Period. He's just there to sign his signature. You have all these guys behind the scenes who are the ones that are the true power players behind the seats of presidents.
Mm-hmm. Con. Man, it's just man, there's so many elements to this, but let me get back on track. Okay. So, Montague Norman went over him.
Yeah,
let's go to, yeah. So Brown, but now this is a key. Brown Brothers Harriman, Incorporated. So this was the American side. There's so many elements to this, but basically, long story short, Harriman, we know we've been talking about the Harriman company and the railroads, but this is how the Bushes and the Walkers really work together. Brown Brothers Harriman. So, and there's actually this one I wanted to get. So Salakia.
One second, because we got Blog Talk here. I want to check something real quick. Probably not going to. I know we have a caller in the queue on Blog Talk, but we only have an hour of overtime, and I don't see us getting to the call line. So
60 seconds.
I'm just going to go ahead and end the Blog Talk, and if you want to continue on and listen to the rest of the broadcast, make sure you go to GOCC Southwest and check us out live stream on YouTube. All right, so let me end this. Go ahead and end that.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio.
All right, proceed.
Yes, sir. So Brown Brothers Harriman is the oldest and one of the largest private banks in the United States. In 1931, the merger of Brown Brothers Incorporated, funded in 1818, and Harriman Brothers Company formed the BBH. Brown Brothers Harriman is also notable for the number of influential American politicians, government appointees, and cabinet members who have worked at the company, such as W. Averill Harriman, Bonesman, son of E.H. Harriman, Prescott Bush.
There goes that Bush again.
Yeah, Prescott Bush. And if at one point, because in this point they were open Nazis. Now they were open to Nazism, right? Especially in the 30s. Like like I think I mentioned this last time. Like Hitler was Times Man of the Year. They loved the eugenics. Hitler was a control puppet too. Some people may be familiar with the occult aspect that he was into. He was taught how to articulate and give powerful speeches systematically. He was an occultist. Most people may have heard of the Vril Society before. Not going to go down that rabbit hole, but there are a lot of elements that we just never really got in school of just the weight and the dynamics that were going on during this point in history.
Exactly. Didn't learn about none of these guys.
Yeah. 39 Broadway, Manhattan, New York. At one point was the address for the Bushes, the Walkers, and it really could have been considered the head of the address of the Nazi Party in America. Mm-hmm. So just for time, I'll kind of wrap it up there because I kind of exposed some of the key aspects of it.
And one last guy right there, the last name on that list in front of you have Alan Greenspan, who was the head chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Thank you for catching that. I forgot thank you. Boy, and Alan Greenspan, he was the head of the Federal Reserve in a very interesting point in history.
Yeah, so you can't speak about the internet, you can't speak about the central banks without talking about this guy who was a key head over the Federal Reserve. You can't talk about the central banks without talking about the Federal Reserve.
Mm-hmm. So, lastly, now I'll show the actual. Anybody who thinks it's conspiracy theory, I'm going to actually show the actual declassified document. So one thing that's pretty handy, and you can find a lot if you know where to look, you have the Freedom of Information Act. So every 25 years, U.S. government, quote unquote, has to release all the documents to the United States, population. Now, that's not going to include things that are protected under the secrecy agreements, et cetera, because some things they're just not going to release. Because it compromises quote unquote national security, but so this is let me get a couple things I want to highlight. Let's go to page 16. But basically, this has got names, it's got everything, and this is cool to do because you can do research off stuff like this. So you can take the name, who they worked for, going to the organization, so I challenge anybody. I think this is, a fallacy or, imagination. Let's go. All right, 16. What I want to highlight here.
So these are the actual declassified paperclip documents. And I see it says CIA reparations or repatriations at the top. So, these are their documents. This isn't our stuff we made up. This is their stuff.
And I'm going to go see. I think I'm going to page 38. All right. I think there's some here I really wanted to read. Let me see. That question that information files. AC Journal specialist listed. Okay, yeah. Let's look at this. Like the wording on this, it says it is requested that any information in the files of the Central Intelligence Agency on German specialists listed in the enclosure, which might affect their admission to this country on the temporary visas, be furnished to the agency. Now I'm going to go to 68. I wrote some of the. I mean, there's just so much to go into on this. Let's see, references, requested information.
The main thing is showing the actual official document and having it there, and then brothers and sisters see it. They can get access to it themselves, and they can actually also look at the information. Because, like I said at the beginning of this broadcast, it's a lot of time and effort that goes into research and looking at this stuff, and then actually bringing it out. Like it's a lot.
Yeah.
We could do shows upon shows just within maybe one particular, thing, and it all connects to other things that we could do shows on top of shows for those particular things. So.
And last thing I'm showing, Elder, I'm just trying to get to the page where it's got like the whole list of. There we go. So this is where you can have fun and do the research. So you see the name of the German scientists, the field. So you got engineers, aircraft engineer.
Okay.
The sponsors, the Navy, Air Force.
Neurophysiology.
Yep.
So all these scientists and engineers being inserted or embedded into American society, working in these particular fields, is definitely going to be a great segue into what we're about to go into next. So I'm glad this right here is great.
So I can come to a stopping point there. I know some stuff you wanted to bring out, and I know we were going to show the Marvel Captain America, where they literally mention this very project in the movie, and they're not even hiding it. And if you want me to come back, I definitely got some stuff on how that relates today. I was going to mainly kind of focus on the psychological aspect. One of the most infamous things that was produced from Project Paperclip was the infamous MK Ultra. MK Ultra was mind control, which when you go into Bucky and the narrative that they did with Marvel, it's right off the script of MK Ultra. Hypnosis and mind control, and a lot of that's being used today in PSYOP, and even with the technology that we're using with your smartphones. So that's what I'll kind of go into, but I'll kind of relieve it back to you, and just let me know what you want me to do from here.
Yeah, so we're definitely going to touch on all of that. I'm actually going to go into that Marvel piece now, because now that we've gone through the history, and again, brothers and sisters, there's a lot of history, but with the history we've given so far, hopefully a lot of dots are connecting for you, a lot of light bulbs are going on in your mind when it comes to what was going on then, and starting to now bring it up to now 2020, and how they were basically laying all the groundwork and the framework for just everything is happening right now, and we're more so dealing with it. If you remember the title of this broadcast, tracing, reaching, and contacting everyone, right? So stick with me, Lamont. I'm going to go into the Marvel bit. If you could just go on mute for me real quick, and then I'll bring you back in after I get what I'm about to go into. Because we did show the Justice League, we showed the which is DC Comics, we showed the Marvel Avengers Endgame. In Hollywood, they're showing so much truth of our reality, but they're giving you a fantasy story while mixing truth in with the fantasy story, right? And they're putting it right in our face. I know Elder Ricard earlier with the broadcast he did, he was talking about the Hollywood. He showed the Utopia, and how in Utopia back in 2014, they were telling the whole script about what's happening right now with how they would create a disease, make people believe it, and then they would come with the jabs to have people, think that the jab was going to be the cure, and the jab, wouldn't be the cure. It'd be actually the disease. So Hollywood is being used, like the elder said, as lesser magic to put it into our subliminal and subconscious, right? To where we can't differentiate between what's reality and what's fantasy, right? It's just all blending together where it's just one blur, and we become under the spell. So let me pull this up, because this right here is actually big when you talk about Operation Paperclip. But I'm pretty sure a lot of you have seen this movie. For those who haven't seen this movie, make sure you check it out. But as far as when it comes to understanding more of Operation Paperclip, what was going on in World War II, and it just kind of fills in some information that they're giving us through Hollywood. So this is Captain America: The First Avenger. Okay, this is a Marvel movie. It came out in 2011. Now, let me read the actual synopsis here for this movie. It says, Steve Rogers, a rejected military soldier, transforms into Captain America after taking a dose of a super soldier serum. So he received injections, right? It says, but being Captain America comes at a price as he attempts to take down a warmonger and a terrorist organization. So let's talk about this super soldier serum. So Captain America wasn't always Captain America. He was this scrawny midget of a guy who had so many physical ailments, things that you would think would come from, inoculations. And he was in a experimentation. Now, the key thing about this movie is that the actual scientist or doctor, whatever you want to call him, that experimented on him was actually a German doctor or a German scientist who had developed this super soldier serum he had never tried before. He wanted to try it out and see if he could create a army of super soldiers. So he had escaped from Germany. So again, we're seeing that German-American relationship. So America had recruited him into the military, and he injected this serum into the Steve Rogers at the time, and he became this super soldier. He grew inches in height. He grew, pounds in just muscle mass, inhuman strength, inhuman healing ability. All these things happen, and they're showing this. So, what you can take away from the inoculations and the injections is that they're also going to look at using these injections to make us think. It's going to make us powerful. It's going to make us stronger. It's going to make us better, right? It's the transhumanism and the transhumanist agenda to get us to think that this is actually going to be something that will be actually making us like Captain America, right? So that's going to be another part of their psychology when it comes to getting us on board with their program. Now, as you go through this movie, it talked about a secret terrorist organization. And, here's some pictures from the movie. Of course, and again, this movie's taken effect during World War II, Nazi Germany, right? But the big baddie of this movie isn't, A.H. It wasn't Adolf, right? But it was this guy right here, Red Skull. He was the boogeyman, the Adolf or the Osama in the movie. And you see this buckle on his belly. So we want to now talk about this buckle on his belly. And what is this image right here we're looking at? So let me pull this up here so you all can see it. But the buckle emblem is is the emblem of Hydra. And as you can see here, it says Hail Hydra. Whereas in under Nazi Germany, it was Hail Hitler. Now this is on the left is a board game. It says, now check this out. It says Hail to the New World Order. And then at the bottom, it says deception, deduction, destruction. Now, when you go over to the right, it says, on this particular emblem, it says cut off one head and two more will take its place. Right? And look at the tentacles on this Hydra emblem. What do those tentacles look like to you? They look like sixes. So you have 666 on the left, and you have 666 on the right. All right. Now I want to pull something up here. Talking about Hydra, because remember we talked about the Greek gods, the Greek mythology. You know, Esau, the Germans, the Americans, they're deep into the Greek gods and the Greek mythology. So let's talk about the Hydra. Here we have on Britannica.com, it says Hydra, Greek mythology. It says Hydra, also called the Lernaean Hydra in Greek legend, the offspring of Typhon and Echidna, according to the early Greek poet Hesiod's Theogony. A gigantic water snake-like monster with 9 heads, it says the numbers vary, one of which was immortal. So it had one immortal head. The monster's hunt was the marshes of Lerna near Argos, from which he periodically emerged to harry the people and livestock of Lerna. Anyone who attempted to behead the Hydra found that as soon as one head was cut off, 2 more heads would emerge from the fresh wound. All right, so you cut off one head, and then 2 more heads would grow in its place. Now, it's interesting because when I'm reading this, a scripture instantly comes into my mind. Not only with the fact of this particular image in the 666s, but if we're going to talk about the 666, we go to Revelations 13. But there's something else in Revelations 13 outside the 666, and let's get it here. So I'm in Revelations 13, and let's look at Revelations 13 and 1, and it says, and I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. So when I'm thinking about the Hydra, it automatically makes me think about the beast that John saw rise up out of the earth or out of the sea, and having 7 heads. Remember, the Hydra has 9 heads, one which is immortal. So I find that very interesting, what John was seeing in this Roman Empire and describing it very similarly to what the definition of the Greeks and what they would consider to be a Hydra, right? Now, there's something very interesting and key that is brought out in Marvel dealing with the Hydra, and again, Captain America attempts to take down a terrorist organization, and it's this terrorist organization, Hydra. So let me pull something else up here. So there was another Captain America, the following Captain America that came out. Let me pull it up here. So you had the second movie come out for Captain America called Winter Soldier. It came out in 2014. It says, as Steve Rogers struggles to embrace his role in the modern world, he teams up with fellow Avenger and S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Black Widow to battle a new threat from history, an assassin known as the Winter Soldier. And just a second ago, Lamar was talking about the Winter Soldier and the MK Ultra and all of that. So you'll see that in this movie. But there's something else that I really wanted to focus on, because basically what this particular Captain America franchise does, it breaks down Operation Paperclip. It actually shows Operation Paperclip happening, but it shows it through fantasy. It shows it through Marvel, right? Everything that we're, kind of breaking down and breaking out and showing you in actual real history, they disguise it and put it in the Captain America movies and comic books. And I'm going to show you a clip of Captain America Winter Soldier that actually talks about all of this to show it, right? So let me just go through some of these pictures here. And again, you can check these movies out on your own time, and you'll be able to see these elements. Hollywood puts the truth within these movies, but they change some of the names. They give us maybe a little bit different storyline, and then we write it off as it's just a movie. No, they're putting what they're doing or what they've done or what they're going to do in our face, but they're disguising it. Okay, super soldier. So now Winter Soldier is also a super soldier, and you're dealing with more transhumanism as he has this mechanical arm. And he also was injected with super serum, experimental vaccination serum, to make him this super, inhuman being. And it was these mad Nazi scientists that were doing these experimentations. And it's going to all come 360, brothers and sisters. We're going to tie it all together as we get closer to the end of this broadcast. But let me pull up the part in the movie I want to show you all. Because I don't want to spend too much time there, but this is a scene in Captain America Winter Soldier. And Captain America, and Black Widow are in a military bunker. Now, what you're about to see is what you would have seen in Nazi Germany during World War II. These are the IBM systems that were set up by IBM. Remember, we went into it at the beginning of this broadcast. IBM and the Holocaust. Okay, so this is what IBM was setting up. An American company was setting these computer systems up in Nazi Germany. So let me play this, and I'm going to stop at different places so that to emphasize key parts that are being said in this particular scene. Okay. One second. You see that? So they're walking upon this, looks like it's prehistoric computer system. This is a Nazi Germany type setup in this bunker in present day. Let me fix the sound. 1 second. And I know a lot of you probably have seen this scene, so you already know where it's going, but check this out. This technology is ancient. 1 second. Sorry. So you have your IBM systems, starting up. This IBM funded this in the 30s for Nazi Germany, for their scientists, their engineers, their doctors. All right.
Shall we play a game? Someone will be able to help me. Rogers, Stephen, born 1918. Romanov, Natalia Alyanovna, born 1984. Some kind of recording. I am not a recording, Fräulein. I may not be the man I was when the captain took me prisoner in 1945, but I am.
Now check that out. He said, I may not be the man that I was when the captain took me in 1945. He said, but I am. And we know who I am is according to Exodus 3 and 13. So here it is. You have this computer system claiming to be the Most High. A lot's being said just within that line. But let's keep going. See it again.
Romanov, Natalia Alyanovna, born 1984. Some kind of recording. I am not a recording, Fräulein. I may not be the man I was when the captain took me prisoner in 1945, but I am.
A Nazi scientist.
Arnim Zola was a German scientist who worked for the Red Skull. He's been dead for years.
First correction, I am Swiss. Second, look around you. I have never been more alive. In 1972, I received a terminal diagnosis. Science could not save my body. My mind, however, that was worth saving. On
So-
200,000 feet of dead.
So he had a illness that science could not save him from. They couldn't save his body, but what they do, they took his mind and they uploaded his mind to the cloud. They uploaded his mind into this computer system. So we said, take a look around. I've never been more alive. And this is exactly what they're looking to do to each and every one of us through this technology. So when you go back and you look at the history, you bring it up to now, it all makes sense what they've been working on and doing this whole time. Right? Let's keep going.
Banks. You are standing in my brain.
How did you get here?
Invited.
It's Operation Paperclip after
Operation Paperclip.
scientists with strategic value.
Thought I could help their cause. I also helped my own.
Hydra died with the Red Skull.
Cut off one head. Two more shall take its place.
Prove it.
Accessing archive. Hydra was founded on the belief that humanity could not be trusted with its own freedom. What we did not realize was that if you try to take that freedom, they resist. The war taught us much. Humanity needed to surrender its freedom willingly. After the war, SHIELD was founded.
You hear that?
I was recruited.
Mankind needed to give away its freedom willingly. He said if you try to take that freedom, they resist and they fight back. So that's what this is. This is a war to get you to give yourself up willingly. And that's the reason why Elder's been going in last broadcast talking about soft targets. Will you be a soft target and give yourself up willingly right? They can't, if they try to do it and make it mandatory, you're going to fight back. Well, let's see if we can trick them, fall on their own sword, and do it willingly, right? So they're dropping it all in these movies. Let's keep going.
The new Hydra grew, a beautiful parasite inside S.H.I.E.L.D. For 70 years, Hydra has been secretly feeding Crisis, reaping more. And when his...
So he said for 70 years, Hydra has been feeding Crisis. So going back to what Lamar was bringing out, how these banks, these financiers finance both sides of the war. Basically, the scientist said by bringing him into America, he was Hydra within America. He was a mole, a sleeper cell. He was basically setting up Hydra within America, right? So understanding the history and watching movies like these, you can see how, okay, basically, getting past the whole fantasy of all of this, that America's Nazi Germany. It's been Nazi Germany this whole time, right? But they would make you think that Germany was Nazi Germany. No, this is Esau. Esau's always been together with what they do, right? America is a proxy for the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is controlling America from afar. America's just a proxy to be able to do with the world what it needs to do through America until it no longer needs America, and then destroy her. That's it.
Story did not cooperate. History was changed.
That's impossible. S.H.I.E.L.D. would have stopped you.
Accidents will happen. Hydra created a world so chaotic that humanity is finally ready to sacrifice its freedom to gain its security.
He said Hydra created a world so chaotic that mankind is now ready to sacrifice its security. Meaning they've caused so much chaos and confusion, which is what we're seeing now, that now you'll beg for the solution. You'll give up your freedom for security. See, they can't force you. They can't come against you, or you'll fight back. They'll actually trick you into psychological warfare, because this is a war of attrition, and get you to be so exhausted that you'll give it up for the sake of, through fear, you'll want security, you pass more laws, take away my freedom so I can feel secure. That's what they're doing, and that's how they work.
Once the purification process is complete, Hydra's new world order will arise.
Hydra's new world order will arise.
Your death amounts to the same as your life, a zero sum. As I was saying,
What's on this drive?
Project Insight requires insight. So I wrote an algorithm.
What kind of algorithm? What does it do?
The answer to your question is fascinating. Unfortunately, you shall be too dead to hear it.
So, there's so much there, but they're basically laying out their New World Order plan. They're talking about Operation Paperclip. How this whole time, the German Nazi scientists and Americans are the same. Regardless if you believe it or not, they're working together inside of America. They're working together in Germany to bring forth the New World Order. And they're going to get American people to acquiesce and give up their rights willingly. And ultimately, this is leading to the mark of the beast. And this is going into the whole paperclip, IBM, and the Holocaust. And so now, we're going to now connect those dots. But before we go further, I want to give Lamar a chance to speak, because I know he may want to, touch on just what came out. If there's anything that, I didn't cover, he may have some points. then we're going to now kind of start coming into a conclusion of Operation Paperclip 2020, tracking, reaching, and contacting everyone, tying the dots together of how what they were doing back then, all these years, all what they were setting up, the whole blueprints were being drawn up. And then from that time until now, they've been putting the infrastructure in place, putting a grid in place, all the technology in place, all the psychology over all the years, the indoctrination, all these things now. And now society is ready to be toppled. They're ready for the Great Reset now. So let me bring in Lamont, if you have anything that you wanted to touch on with, with any of that segment.
Khan, yes, sir. Man. First I'll say, blessed are those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, because it just amazes me sometimes, especially in studying, even, stuff like that. If Satan is bold enough to just really spell it out, and we still fall for his tricks, that just blows my mind sometimes when I think about it. But would you like me to kind of go into? I was gonna go into MK Ultra. That's kind of my response to it, because a lot of that whole series kind of it's Paperclip, but it really is ingrained in MK Ultra. And I want to kind of tie that into on an extreme level, but also a subtle level from a psyop standpoint, how that's being used. So, do you want me to do that, or just kind of?
Okay, so let's do this. Let me, because what I'm about to go into kind of goes right into that. Let me get into that portion, and then it'll stream right into the MK Ultra part.
Okay, Khan.
Right, and brothers and sisters who haven't seen these or seen these movies, you have to watch them for yourself, because there's so much within these movies that, just like everything else, these documents and everything else, where they're laying out so much stuff. Like Lamar wants to go into the MK Ultra, where Winter Soldier was an MK Ultra experimentation, right? And so now let me go here real quick, because we talked about this in the past. And we're going to come back to Marvel and the MK Ultra part of it, and it's going to tie into what we're about to go into now. And sorry we had to go through all of that to get to where we are, but it's so much, and we just barely scratching the surface. But so remember, we went into this some months back last year. Congress.gov and the HR 6666 C-19 Testing, Reaching, and Contacting Everyone Act, or the TRACE Act. Now, I titled this broadcast, instead of for T, I didn't put testing, I put tracking, because really we're looking at more so the tracking component of this. But the testing part, which is really what this bill is mainly what this bill was dealing with. For that part was testing, right? And that part is there too, but I'm more so looking at the tracking and contacting everyone, which is what the IBM systems was setting up then under Nazi Germany with the Germans. So because they didn't want to risk all of that type of science and experimentation in America at that time, and be able to do it in America, and then Americans find out. They wouldn't have went for that. But if they can do it in Germany, and then have this boogeyman over there doing all of this, and you could have the Holocaust and all those horrific things. If you could do it over there and condemn it, then America is actually still doing these experimentations. They're just doing it underneath that cloak, of that German Nazi cloak. But it's all Esau, right? So and this is how Esau does it, right? He's the master of war. He's the master deceiver. So when you look here, it says to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services to award grants to eligible entities to conduct diagnostic, which is like your IBM systems, diagnostic testing for C-19 and related activities such as contact tracing through mobile health units or your smartphones. That goes your IBM and the technology, and as necessary at individuals' residences. Remember, they were doing punch cards. They were looking to set up a census, right? And the minute the lockdown happened, you have a Census Bureau 2020 envelope in your mail, right? It's nothing new under the sun. Everything we're seeing is them doing it over and over and over and over again, and for other purposes. It's just now the technology is different. They didn't have the technology that they have now then in the times past, but they were trying to implement these same these same systems. So when we look at this comes off Fortune.com, it says here, Germany funded the development of Pfizer's COVID vaccine, not U.S.'s Operation Warp Speed. So Pfizer, once again, an American company, was funded by Germany. Germany was the founder of the development of the zombie jab, not America. Germany's getting credit for that. So again, we're going back to that World War II Operation Paperclip. Here we see another operation, Operation Warp Speed. And this is what originally sparked my brain whenever I thought to do a show on Operation Paperclip. Once I seen that Germany was behind Pfizer and this jab, it's like that seed was planted, and I went down this rabbit hole weeks later, and I never knew the information I came across and just how damning it is as far as this secret relationship between America and Germany. I mean, I knew some stuff, but when I started researching, I mean, it is crazy. And they fooled the whole world into thinking that they're, two separate beasts. No, they're one beast. They're one beast with many heads, right? One beast with many horns. Remember, America is the little horn, right? The beast had 10 horns, and then you read in Daniel 7, you had the little horn that popped up, right? So I'm not going to go into this article, but I'm showing, now we're coming up to 2020, we're showing the connection now, full circle, America, Germany, the secret relationship, and Operation Warp Speed. Paperclip. Operation Paperclip 2020 has now officially been launched for this decade. They now have the technology. They're now ready for the New World Order, the Great Reset to happen. Everything they've done in the past, they perfected it. They've done it. They've experimented. They've beta tested. Now they're ready to go full speed, warp speed, on American sheep, American people, and the world. So there's more. Check this out. As we work through this technology side of Operation Paperclip, it says here, check this out. Now, we just showed how Germany funded Pfizer, right? For the zombie jab. So check this out. We talked about IBM and the Holocaust. This is off Pfizer's website, Pfizer.com. It says IBM and Pfizer to accelerate immuno-oncology research with Watson for drug discovery. Collaboration combines IBM Watson's cognitive computing capabilities with Pfizer's scientific knowledge to help scientists generate meaningful insights. So now here we go. We're bringing in the technology side, and we're bringing in the biological side, which is your health. That's what Pfizer is. Pfizer is a drug company. Computer chips drugs. So let me get the main point. So check this out. It says December 1st, 2016. Watson Health and Pfizer Inc. today announced a collaboration that will utilize IBM Watson for drug discovery to help accelerate Pfizer's research in immuno-oncology, an approach to cancer treatment that uses the body's immune system to help fight cancer. Pfizer is one of the first organizations worldwide to deploy Watson for drug discovery, and the first to customize the cloud-based cognitive tool, there goes your cloud, tapping into Watson's machine learning, natural language processing, and other cognitive reasoning technologies to support the identification of new drug targets, combination therapies for study, and patient selection strategies in immuno-oncology. So, what is this immuno-oncology? And I think we can see it coming together with IBM, the punch cards, the tracking, the census, the registering, the cloud-based cognitive tools, cognitive reasoning technologies, which is talking about now dealing with the brain, things that deal with the brain, which is going into that MK Ultra, but it's a whole lot more. But check this out. Immuno-oncology is the study and development of treatments that take advantage of the body's immune system to fight cancer. Our immune system is a complex network of organs, cells, and molecules that protects us from foreign substances such as bacteria, fungi, and viruses that can cause infection. So here it is. IBM is working with Pfizer when it comes to your immune system under the guise of fighting cancer, right? Under the cloud of fighting cancer while they're trying to look to upload you to the cloud. Cloud-based cognitive tools, just like what we just seen in Captain America. That Nazi scientist, his body was no longer good, they couldn't cure him, upload his brain to the cloud. Check this out. Immunotherapies which modify a patient's, check this out, modify a patient's immune system. Remember, the mRNA jab is there to modify your DNA. It's going to modify your immune system to recognize and target cancer cells using a combination of vaccines, immunomodulators, and small large molecules are reshaping the field of oncology. So here it is, they're talking about how they're using vaccines. They're using the IBM, the technology, the computer chip technology, your circuits, your electrical circuit boards. But they're doing it in a way which makes you support it because you're like, okay, well, cancer's not good. We don't want cancer. So yes, let's go full speed with that. But there's something more sinister going on here. It says here about IBM Watson Health. It says Watson is the first commercially available cognitive computing capability representing a new era in computing. The system delivered through the cloud analyzes high volumes of data, understands complex questions posed in natural language, and proposes evidence-based answers. Watson continuously learns, gaining in value and knowledge over time from previous interactions. In April 2015, the company launched IBM Watson Health and the Watson Health Cloud platform. The new unit works with doctors, researchers, and insurers to help them innovate by surfacing insights from the massive amount of personal health data being created and shared daily. So they're gathering health data through these computer systems, through the technology, on you. The same way they were doing it under Operation Paperclip. And IBM was doing it in the 30s, working with Adolf. It says here, the Watson Health portfolio includes a variety of data, analytic, and cognitive offerings to help life sciences organizations address the complex challenges involved in drug discovery, regulatory compliance, real-world evidence, and commercial optimization. And then it goes in here what Pfizer's doing, right? How Pfizer's working when it comes to what they're doing on the health side. Now, because there's so much here, check this out. Biospace.com. IBM and Pfizer believe machine learning can predict Alzheimer's risk. October 22nd, 2020. It says researchers with Pfizer, here it is, these German companies and these American companies and Germans are real cozy, right? I thought they were the Nazis. It says researchers with Pfizer and IBM developed an artificial intelligence model that they claim can predict the eventual onset of Alzheimer's disease with 71% accuracy based on language sample. So here it is, Pfizer and IBM working with artificial intelligence to study your brain, how the brain works. So the last time it was under cancer, now it's under Alzheimer's. Oh yeah, Alzheimer's a bad thing. Yeah, let's fund Pfizer and IBM to study the brain, right? To get your funding, to get your support, but they're doing it for some other reason. The cloud-based cognitive tool, right? It says the test is used to evaluate cognitive impairment in a variety of neurological disorders, including stroke and Alzheimer's disease. The better they can understand how these things work, what does that mean? The better they can understand the brain, right? The same way that you can understand the brain to help it, you could also learn to understand the brain to do the exact opposite, right? So there's more there, but that's kind of the main points I wanted to hit on that. So, but it doesn't stop there with IBM and Pfizer. It says C19 tracker. There goes your tracking. BioNTech CEO confident in jab against new variant. Because now there's a new variant out. The new strain. U.S. to study Pfizer shot reactions. Check this out. So within this, BioNTech, you see Pfizer, and would it be a shock, brothers and sisters, if we were to scroll through and not see IBM in cahoots? The same IBM that was working in Nazi Germany in the 30s, working with the Nazi scientists and the German-funded Pfizer. But not only them, but who else do you see? You see some other peculiar names. Johnson & Johnson, how many lawsuits do they have with their products, right? How many class action lawsuits do they have? But check this out. It says IBM is pairing its digital health pass app with Salesforce's online employee management platform, Work.com, to help businesses and public spaces reopen as C19 jabs become available. IBM's app aims to provide personalized, shareable health credentials after jabs, temperature checks, and test results via an encrypted digital wallet on a smartphone, plus contact tracing and other services. So is it any shock or surprise, brothers and sisters, that what IBM was doing then with the Germans, with Adolf, with the Nazi scientists, setting up those punch card systems and those Census Bureau systems, that now they're doing it on a whole different level under this C19? When it comes to tracking, contact tracing, putting in technology and microchip, smartphone, all these different things, apps to track, trace, contact everyone, right? So if we don't learn from history and see what they were doing before, we wouldn't understand that what they're doing now is just on a whole nother level. We'll look at it as, oh, it's just, some disease, and they're actually helping us. And this is the key part when Elder Ricard and the elders were going into typhus during World War II. They used typhus then to justify their experimentations on the population for their testing then, while they were implementing these systems, IBM and the like, putting in their machines, right? Their test serums that they were, experimenting in laboratories. And I know we speak about movies, but there's a video game out. Some of you may have heard of it, maybe even played it, but there's a video game called Wolfenstein. Go check out that video game, even if you just look at the trailer, where it's a guy, he's over in Germany fighting and going against the Nazis, and they got all type of laboratory abominations coming out trying to kill this dude, coming out their laboratories, these Frankenstein creations they created in their laboratories, all this fallen angel technology that they have going on in this game. Right, so we look at it as games and movies, but this stuff is real, right? And in these particular, research pieces we find actually confirm, like we can see the writing on the wall and what the end game is just by the preliminary information and insight that we're getting. But when you click on story here for IBM, it takes us to the next article. IBM links with Salesforce to offer digital C19 jab passport. So here comes more tracing and tracking, contacting and reaching everyone. And how are they doing it? You see the people on your screen, but they got in their hands. They were able to take that technology, IBM and the likes, take that technology and put it in your hand. Eventually, it's not going to be in the palm of your hand. It's going to be inside your hand. Let me see if there's anything in here I wanted to bring out. So it's crazy because you got to ask yourself, well, what does IBM or a technology company have anything to do with your health? It says, now as testing becomes more widespread and vaccine distribution gets underway, we are expanding the availability of IBM Digital Health Pass with Salesforce to help organizations verify an individual's vaccine status and any other relevant health credentials. Big Blue's Health Pass app, which debuted earlier this year, aims to provide individual shareable health credentials following test results, jabs, and temperature checks through an encrypted digital wallet on a smartphone. This could also allow passengers to board airplanes, concert goers to enter venues, or spectators to attend sporting events. So now, coming back here to this IBM and Holocaust, here you go. This is 1934. Approximate English translation is see everything with Hollerith punch cards. So with this technology and what they're putting in place, brothers and sisters, are they putting themselves in place, in position, with the ability to see everything now? I mean, your phone goes everywhere with you. You're going to have it with the app on it to be able to show your status and your verification, right? And the people have no idea. The sheep have no idea what's going on. So check this out. And I'm about to bring Lamont back for the MK Ultra Parks. I know we talked about the brain. I'm going to go back there. Check this out. LA begins issuing, it's on the Daily Mail. LA begins issuing digital jab verification, which could be used in the future as passport to gain access to flights and venues. But critics warn it could turn into a data grab. Kind of like this data grab where you see everything with the punch card. So now the punch card now is in the palm of your hand. That's your punch card. And now LA is rolling it out. And they're telling you, critics warn it could turn into a data grab, them getting your data. Right, this is December 30th, 2020. This was just a couple days ago. Right, they're putting it all in our face. But there's more. ZeroHedge.com. Spain plans a registry for those who refuse C-19 jab. The C-19 jab. As Europe begins jabbing the first wave of high-priority patients, a glitch has already emerged. Many healthcare workers and others have refused to take the jab, as skepticism and suspicion remain elevated. A similar phenomenon has played out in the U.S., but to a less intense degree. But the situation which we discussed last night is now one of a variety of reasons, from a shortage of supplies and raw materials to an uncooperative populace, that public health officials are growing worried about hitting lofty jab targets. Also in Spain, at least government bureaucrats are fighting back, as Health Minister Salvador Illa warned the country would set up a registry for everybody who refuses the jab. So there goes your registry. There goes your punch card, and tracking, and tracing, and testing, and contacting, and reaching everyone. Right? They need to know, hey, well, what's going on with you? Are you complying with the program? Are you on their grid? Are you in their system? Do you have a punch card? And if not, you need to get one in order to operate in their society. It says here, what will be done is a registry which will be shared with our European partners of those people who have been offered it and have simply rejected it, he said. So not only are they tracking those people who have the apps, they need to know those people who don't have the apps, who are not on the grid. This is their census, right? They got a database for you too. He added that the registry would not be made public or delivered to employers, which begs the question, why else would the government keep a database of that information? And then it says down here, the way to defeat the virus is to jab, all of us, or the more the better. Right? They want to take you back under this right here, because this is what they were doing the whole time. They just had to do it then under a boogeyman, right? And now the boogeyman is C-19. It's always a boogeyman. It gives them the reason and excuse to do what they do. So before we go into the brain part, I want to just finish off with the registration. It's going to tie up the whole IBM in the Holocaust, the strategic alliance between Nazi Germany and America's most powerful corporation. Operation Paperclip then, Operation Paperclip 2020. But what if in the scriptures we can find Operation Paperclip 150 BC? Then what would you think about all of this? Because we talked about Rome, which is Esau, the Europeans, the Romans. But we didn't talk about the third beast, which are the Greeks and the Grecians, which is Esau too. So let's go into the time of the Greeks, and let's see if this Operation Paperclip started with the Germans in Nazi Germany. So I'm going into 3rd Maccabees, which you can find in the Pseudepigrapha, R.H. Charles, Volume 1. And I'm in chapter 2, and I'm starting at verse 25. It says, "So arriving in Egypt and going on further in his wickedness, through his boon companions and associates who have been already mentioned, utter strangers to all justice, he was not content with his countless excesses, but even reached such a pitch of insolence that he raised evil reports in those parts, and many of his friends watching carefully the royal purpose, themselves also followed his will. He purposed publicly to inflict a disgrace upon the Jewish nation." So Antiochus Epiphanes, during the times of the Greeks, they created a stigma upon our people to make us look a certain type of way, similar to how it is today, where we're the COVID carrier, we're the the C-19 carriers, the Colt 45 carriers. The same way in Nazi Germany, how they were looking to, disgrace and publicly, and put a stigma on a certain demographic of people. So these blueprints are used over and over and over again, because these are those that are in power. So they have the power to be able to implement and put this out to where it's effective. It says he purposely, publicly, to inflict a disgrace upon the Jewish nation, and erected a pillar on the tower in the palace with the inscription that none who did not sacrifice should be allowed to enter their temples, and that all Jews should be degraded to the rank of natives and the condition of serfs. So if you're not going to participate in their system, you're going to be relegated to a peasant, an outcast, a dissident, a troublemaker, right? And you won't be able to have anything. You won't be able to eat. You're not going to be able to buy or sell, have a place to stay. You're going to be a serf, a peasant. This is what was going on 150 BC with the Greeks against our people. It says, and that those who spoke against it should be taken by force and put to death. And if you speak against it, what was going to happen? You're going to be taken by force and you're going to be killed. They're putting a beast system in place. They were doing it then. If you went against it, it was death. Check this out. This is where it gets deep. It says, and that those who were registered, there goes your registration, right there. So this whole registration census thing did not start in Nazi Germany with IBM. They're perfecting their technology. They're perfecting their operations. But the blueprint is the same. It's the same idea. Let's just continue to make it better as we go through the different generations and the different ages. It says, and that those who were registered should even be branded on their bodies. So you're going to be branded on your body. It says with an ivy leaf, the emblem of, you're going to be branded with an ivy leaf. Who is this the emblem of? Let's see. The emblem of Dionysus, and be reduced to their former limited status. Who is Dionysus? Remember, you can't talk about the Greek gods and not talk about the Greeks, because remember, all this what we've been going through. You had an Operation Paperclip in the 60s. You had Saturn rockets. We talked about Hail Hydra, the Greek legend, and how they looked at themselves in their organization as the Hydra. Well, now we have Dionysus. Let's see who Dionysus is. Dionysus was the ancient Greek god of wine, winemaking, grape cultivation, fertility, ritual madness, theater, and religious ecstasy. His Roman name was Bacchus. So you're going to receive the mark of the beast, but this was during the time of the Greeks. The ivy leaf branding of Dionysus, or the beast. You're going to worship the beast, and if you don't, you're going to be a serf, taken down to limited status, and if you speak against it, you're going to be put to death. It says here, but that he might not appear an enemy to all, he added. But if any of them prefer to join those who are initiated into the mysteries. So that's your occult. We talked about a lot tonight. Your Freemasonry, your fraternities, Skull and Bones. Those who are initiated into the mysteries, they shall have equal rights with the citizens of Alexandria. So if you want to have equal rights here in America, you're going to be initiated into the full doctrine of Lucifer. You're going to take the ivy leaf branding, which then was under Dionysus, but in our time will be what John called the mark of the beast. So this branding, this registration, this tracking, this mark of the beast blueprint is nothing new. The devil's been doing this for a long time, trying to perfect it. But now he has the technology that he once had under Nimrod, because he was trying to do it then, before the flood. He now is getting more into that technology he lost, right? To now be able to come full speed, Operation Warp Speed, and fulfill his Agenda 2030 plan. And so just so we can come forward, so that was during the times of the Maccabees, and then John, who was maybe a couple hundred years, from the times of the Maccabees, what he saw was future. He was under the Roman Empire. The Greek Empire had fallen. But he's now looking into the future and seeing very similar things. Revelations 13:4. And they worship the dragon. That's your Dionysus in ancient Greece, which gave power unto the beast. And they worship the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? And deceive, verse 14, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword, and did live. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and caused that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. That's the same thing we read in 3rd Maccabees under the Greeks. So you see how it's the same program? And not only was it the worshiping of the beast, and if you speak against it or go against it, you be killed. But verse 16, and he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark or a brand in their right hand or in their foreheads. The ivy leaf of Dionysus, and that no man may buy or sell, save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. And we went into that number, 666, Revelations 13:18, and then in the HR 6666 bill, the Trace Act just so happens to have the 6666 number, and the actual the luciferase patent has a 060606 number. So this is what John was seeing. So he's seeing this number and saying, okay, it's something about this number that's attached with the mark of the beast to help you identify. Here is wisdom. When you see this number, know that it's pointing in the direction of the mark of the beast, so that you can readily identify it. Now, real quick, as I round this off, when you type in barcode 6666, that the barcodes have a numerological attribute to them. So let me blow this up here. So when you see these two lines that represent 6, and on all your barcodes you have the 666. So this is a brand or a punch card, a branding or a punch card or a registration. So they were able to do it with food. Again, testing out the technology, scanning it through digital scanning, right up under our nose, allow us to help build their system, their punch card system of registration, so they could perfect it to then get us used to it and then segue it over to us. All right. And this is just one particular angle of dealing with what happened, was going on in and around the times of World War II, Operation Paperclip, the IBM and the Holocaust, when you talk about the secret relationship between America's most powerful corporation and Nazi Germany. And now you have Pfizer, who funded the jab, and IBM is linking in with Pfizer to help with the technological side of bringing all of it together with health, merging our bodies with the machine, the heavy metals in the machine in the vax. All right, so just wanted to make sure I could really just hit it and round it out. And Brother Lamont, if you're still there, I know, like I said, it's late, and man, I still had a few more things I even wanted to go into after we finish this part, but I'll bring you in now to deal with the MK Ultra part, and with whatever you have with that.
Okay, Khan. Yeah, I'll be brief. Cause yeah, man, I got a whole file on MK Ultra in itself. But just for anybody who may be new and may not know, I guess what all that entails. Basically, MK Ultra was an advanced way of doing mind control. So if you referring back to the Marvel movie with Winter Soldier, and even Civil War. Bucky Barnes was basically when he supposedly died in the first one, and then you realize that he was basically abducted by the Nazi scientists, and basically he was put in cryogenics to basically still be alive. But basically, he was under think of MK Ultra like a deep state of hypnosis. You've got the extreme version, and you've got the minuscule version. So the extreme version, I'll refer to everybody to a couple of movies. American Ultra, that's one that is solely MK Ultra. Like all the agents, all the people they have are just completely MK Ultra. And then the Manchurian Candidate with Denzel Washington. That's a good one. Those are two kind of examples where they kind of put in your face. Real briefly, I'll just hit two points. I just want to refer to one book, and then this is medical hypnosis, right? So hypnosis has been around for years, and it's really witchcraft. If you
can refresh your screen and show that book again.
So this is medical hypnosis. It's a 2-volume book. And hypnosis, in my opinion, has always been kind of witchcraft. You can even kind of break it down and precept it, I feel, to a degree. But just reading, so you would take a scientist, right, who had an understanding of this, who might have been a Nazi, and they took this and created something completely demonic with it. So, give you an idea, I'm in a portion here that says the interpersonal relationship in psychobolic therapy. It says success in therapy is associated with acceptance of the physician as a wise or benevolent authority, and an effort is made to establish and to maintain a positive relationship at all times. Because resentment and hostile attitudes oppose the incorporation of therapeutic suggestions, it is essential to avoid establishing a neurotic transference. So one thing this book is saying is to put someone under hypnosis, they would have to really trust you. So I got a file here, technical report on hypnosis and intelligence. One thing I'll just kind of highlight here, this is early on. This portion says, in the most modern theories of hypnosis, motivation is a prominent feature. That is a person enters trance because he wants to enter such a state. Trance is commonly induced in situations where the subject is highly motivated to cooperate with the hypnotist. So when you look at TV, when you look at the smartphones, you look at radio, theoretically, you could hypnotize someone who is willfully interested in what's being talked about. So, that's why Elder Ricard said it, if you believe a part of it, you believe all of it. So that's on the kind of a low level, and that'd be a whole show in itself. But one last little portion I wanted to talk about, and maybe one day, most High willing, come back to MK Ultra. Drugs is a key aspect of it. So basically they use LSD. That was one of the main things they would use. But the key for MK Ultra, you had to use some type of sedative. So when you look at it today, you got everybody, there's a reason they got everybody on these pharmaceuticals, these opiates. Because if you're someone who's on these and then you watch TV all day, that is the easiest way to hypnotize you. So
And think to add with that, you also have them legalizing marijuana on a high level right now.
yeah. So it's that. I mean, yeah, Elder. We could do a whole show on that in itself. So, what you're, yeah,
Yeah, because we look at the technology, which is more so what we've been talking about tonight, the technology, the history of Operation Paperclip, but we got to understand there's so many facets to it. You have the health part of it, you have the technological part of it, you have the psychological part of it, right? These are the different components. Right now, you're talking about the psychological part, controlling the mind. When going into the Pfizer information with IBM, how they're working to study the brain under Alzheimer's, under the veil of Alzheimer's, because they want to know the brain, and you're talking about controlling the brain. Well, what better way to do that than through their jab?
Bingo. Yep.
Impairing the brain, and now you're a vegetable. They can control you. And don't let them get the luciferase up in you. And that technology, now they got full control, right?
And the last thing I had here, this was more so for people who are, in the body, because I remember when I first came in, I had known all this kind of stuff, and COINTELPRO and just everything you hear about. One thing I slowly kind of realized is the Most High's elect can't be infiltrated, because when you get into all this, that's why I said, you got to be careful with it, because it's really not going to lead to your salvation. And if you're not mentally strong, it'll leave you just paranoid, and you end up in a worse state. So I had like 12, and this was more so directed at, just my experience, because when you think of infiltration, nobody in the CIA can infiltrate what we have, because when you look at, just even Acts 5, with the couple that lied to Peter, like the Most High can, drop you like that. So, the Most High isn't gonna allow anything to really infiltrate us. Only thing that can really potentially do it is just the flesh. So I had like 12 classifications here of people who could be used, and this is more so just as an experience in my history, just being with the church, that if you want me to go in that, I can. If not, I can scratch it. But that was the last thing I kind of had.
Well, if you want to just maybe mention those particular things and then just summarize it.
Okay.
And then maybe, like I said, a lot of this information, like I said, who knew that Operation Paperclip, mentioning it the last time we spoke, would spawn into this type of broadcast. So, well, hopefully Most High will have a chance to get into a lot more of the stuff we touched on.
Okay, well, so yeah, this is, the only thing we really have to, concern ourselves with is just finishing the race. And I'm talking about, enduring to the end, like Yeshaya said. So historically, Israel's always been Israel's worst problem. Like me personally, I'm not really worried about CIA or Gentiles. Like, it's sad to say, it's our people that do the most damage. So these are profiles that could be used as MK Ultra / paperclip operatives from within. So for one note I have here is what would the audio and text messages play back? So when you look at, I was talking about the sheep and the goats earlier. When it comes to leadership or even people in the body, Satan is connecting everything right now. So if there was some quote unquote agent spying on you or whatever, just hypothetically say that, what does Satan have that you've done to hurt the body from a audio standpoint? Are you gossiping on the phone? Are you, backbiting? What are you saying in your text messages, right? So first classification is the showman, Mr. Cool, trying to, make a name of himself and look at me in the body type guy. The whoremonger, right? That's kind of self-explanatory. The know-it-all, for whatever reason, when we get into this walk, nothing hurts a person more, in my opinion, than you feeling like you just got it figured out all of a sudden. The rebellious, those people who don't want to listen, and it's always got to be strife, and you just got to go opposite. The judgmental, nothing's going to be perfect until Yeshua comes back. We can't be judgmental towards other people's ministries or etc. The I want to teach the Bible all of a sudden guy. The fearful / paranoid, and I want to highlight that one. We can't operate in fear. We can't be paranoid. Like, this is when I purposely, said what I said at the beginning of this broadcast, because that is something that Satan is exploiting right now with people. Cannot be fearful or paranoid. The gossip. The how do you go back to the Christian church person? Like, people have actually gone back to Sunday, so that boggles my mind. The I'm just here to socialize person. The conspiracy theorist turned Christian, now turned Israelite, or the other person from other camps. And I maybe discern we might have more people from other camps, quote unquote, come in, because you got other groups talking about getting the vaccine and find some water and get baptized. That's all I'll say towards that. So these are just things in my history of being with the body, that these are the character and, I guess, classifications that have been infiltration type spirits. So we got to put that, down at this point, and it's just a new phase, new day. Repent and just be a sheep, not a goat. That's all I got.
Well, hey, all of those are great points to definitely kind of summarize. Just with all this information, it's great to kind of know the history and what they're doing now, but it really doesn't mean much of anything if a lot of those things that you said aren't applied to your life. At the end of the day, you made a disclaimer that the truth is Christ. He's our salvation. So it doesn't matter how much information you have, how much knowledge you know. If you're not operating and understanding the principles of Christ, then it's all for nothing. You're just spinning your wheels. You're just, they would call you an educated fool, because you got all that knowledge but no salvation. So, in between time, you should be spending your time learning those principles, reading the Gospels, learning about the works of the flesh, purging those things out, and learning to do all of those things well, mastering those things. Right? We tend to seek higher knowledge because that stuff is too basic. Right? It's not deep enough. Loving your neighbor like yourself just ain't deep enough. Matthew 18:15. Going to a brother or a sister when they've offended me, and not spreading gossip and rumor in the church about what somebody did to you or what you perceive they did to you. That's just not deep enough. So we us as a people, we're not going to spend time meditating on that. Because the only way you're going to conquer and conquer those things that would cause you to stumble at those particular actions is if you're meditating on them. If you're not meditating on them, then it's not on your mind. So therefore, when you get in the situation, you're more than likely to fail the situation because you're not thinking about it. You're more so operating in the flesh, emotion, dealing with worldly knowledge, how to deal with those things. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's excellent for you to round that out. And I know that kind of summarizes kind of what we were going into tonight, but it is the first of the so-called new year, and I still have some more information, not a lot, but some more kind of aside from this broadcast that I'm about to hammer home, because we're starting the new year with a bang. I know Elder came on tonight, did his thing, and I was thinking, maybe I'll just do another part, maybe another day or two. But nah, we going in. We got 380 people. Troopers still going strong, so you're welcome to stay in the in the passenger seat, the shotgun, or if it's late, I understand. But I'm about to hammer this last home stretch down real quick before we break camp.
I just want to say one last thing. I'm looking at the I guess the broadcast on another computer. You always gotta have one hater, man. We got 410 likes and one dislike.
Yeah, I seen that
funny.
that dislike maybe it was some time ago, so I don't know. Who knows? Maybe hopefully they clicked on the wrong button by mistake. They got big fingers and they meant to hit like and hit dislike by mistake. So, but if you plan to stay and want to chime in, that's good. If not, I definitely appreciate the information you brought. Definitely a lot of powerful information, history, and another angle of thought and everything, which only adds to the content that's coming out. So,
Hey, all praise to the Most High, man. I'm nothing, especially without him. So
all praises. So y'all about to go in, my brother, on this last bit, and should you still be around about another 20-30 minutes, then you can definitely feel free to chime in and we'll get it.
all right. I think I am gonna call it a night, Elder. Gotta get up pretty early, so.
Likewise.
But I'll catch the last. I'll play it back and catch the last portion of what you're about to go into.
All right, with the water, and I'll see you tomorrow. Most High will.
Barakatah, Shalom.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. All right, so there goes Brother Lamad. And just real quick, we were talking about the mind control and how the IBM is linking in, and all those different companies, but we're familiar with Elon Musk, and I've showed this video before. It says why Neuralink will change humanity forever. So when you go through this video, you have Elon Musk talking about this Neuralink chip that he's looking to put into people's brains. I'm not gonna play the video. I'm just gonna skim.
You're right.
I'm just gonna skim through some screenshots of it here. All right, so you have it to where they're looking to slowly integrate you and get you used to putting things close to your brain, in your ear, to eventually putting it in your head, right? And y'all probably remember me going into this in the past, but they took this technology and they put it in a pig, right? They put this Neuralink chip into a pig. So I'm not saying that this is the mark of the beast of what he has, but it's the technology that they're trying to perfect and condition society with so they can bring forth the mark of the beast. So when you have other people look at this stuff and discredit it and try to say, oh, that's not the mark. Well, when I start seeing them talking about putting things in my forehead, and I see the Bible talk about the mark and attaching it to your forehead, I don't need the Bible to tell me that it could potentially be the mark of the beast. I don't care if it's not the mark of the beast. I'm not finna put this stuff in my body. So I think that's the rabbit hole you go down if you start talking about, oh, well, that's not the mark of the beast. Well, does it matter if it's the mark of the beast? So you're saying that if it's not, you would put a chip into your brain, into your forehead? So These are the questions I would ask. So, but when you look at all of what we talked about tonight and in the past, you can see how it's all coming together. Right? So I'm not going to play that, but so here we have it. USA Today. 2 states have cases of more contagious C19 strain. So don't look now. C19 is mutating. It may mutate to C45, which would be your Colt 45 virus, right? And they show this in Songbird, talking about their Hollywood programming. In Songbird, it mutates from C19 to C21, then to C23. So before you know it, it'll have mutated to C45. You have your Colt 45 virus, right? We start calling it C45, the new C45 strain. And it's funny that at the same time that this comes out in the media, at the exact same time they drop a movie, Songbird, showing the exact same thing they're dropping in the news. So you'll oftentimes go to the movies. In the past, I remember I'd go to the movies, I would watch something in the movies, and then I would turn the news on, and it'd be the same thing that they're showing in the news that they showed in the movies. Same thing. Like, okay, both sides of the Hollywood wand working together. So those people listen to the Tell Eye Vision, fall under the spell. Remember, they can't take your freedom by force. They need you to willingly be a soft target and give your freedom up. They need your consent. They can't make it mandatory, right? The devil's like, listen, he wants you to agree to worship him, not where he has to force you to worship him. You have a choice. But at the end of that choice, if it's not to worship him, and he has access to you, his thing is to get rid of you. The same way it is with the Heavenly Father. If you're not going to worship him, that at the end of the road, he's going to get rid of you. All right. And not only do we have a new strain, in the same time the zombie jab is rolling out, we got a new strain. But at the same time all that's happening, on Zero Hedge, it says WHO, bigger pandemic than Colt 45 is coming. How do they know? How do they know that there's a bigger pandemic coming than Colt 45? The same way they knew that C19 was coming, now they know that something else is coming. So it's either you're a gypsy and you can see the future, or you are orchestrating it. Whether real or fake, doesn't really matter at this point. You are orchestrating and engineering the same way you've orchestrated and engineered and simulated our whole reality through the psychological propaganda. Now, this is the part that disgusts me. This comes off NewYorkDailyNews.com. It says Chris Rock excited to get the C45 zombie jab. He said, do I know what's in it? Oh no, he said, do I know what's in Tylenol? I just know my headache is gone. So basically what he's trying to say is he don't even know what's in Tylenol, but he takes it anyway, and he knows that it gets rid of his headache. So because of that fact, you shouldn't ask any questions of what's in the jab. You should just take it because it's going to get rid of Colt 45. So we have another Baphomet Boule bootlicker, and I have a question for Chris Rock.
Do I look stupid to you?
Let me ask that question one more time.
Do I look stupid to you?
Chris Rock, Do I look stupid to you? Do we look stupid to you? Because, and I was talking to somebody about this, and they made a good point, because they said, wasn't it Chris Rock that just recently said that he made the documentary Good Hair, and he was talking about all the chemicals that's in the creamy crack, and talking about the ingredients in the creamy crack. And now he's talking about you don't need to know the ingredients in the zombie jab. And it's just like Tylenol. Well, the last time I checked, Chris, Tylenol doesn't cause people to faint. It doesn't cause people to get Bell's palsy. Right? It doesn't cause people to have allergic reactions, typically. Not to say that it never happens, but, you don't hear these horror stories. It doesn't cause people to pass away. So I think that is really far-fetched thinking and really hypocritical for you to say such a thing. And I also, because this is December 30th, 2020, he just said this the other day. But I also see how you don't see any white entertainers coming out saying this kind of stuff. You don't see any other race of people in these situations. It's always us talking about this. Our entertainers. It's always black people. If it's not a black man like Chris Rock saying this foolishness, it's a black sister as the nurse giving it out, or the developer behind it, or the first one taking it. Why is it always us? Where are all the other races and their entertainers that speak out and say these type of foolish things? Only us. So, yeah, there are a lot of our people that are stupid. That are, unfortunately, that will acquiesce. And that's what they're banking on, is to use a guy like Chris Rock, right, to be able to, the mind control, the psychology, the Jedi mind tricks, to get our people to fall in line and be willful subjects to the Nazi experimentation. Now, it says here, the C-19 or the zombie jab is no joke to Chris Rock. But this is my thing to Chris Rock. You are a comedian. Stick to comedy. Stick to being funny. We don't need you as a spokesperson for something like this. You're not a doctor. You're not educated, right, to tell somebody what to do. And when I say educated, meaning that if you knew the ingredients and you could break down what they all were, then I would say, okay, you have a place to speak. But when you're just saying, don't research it, don't look at what the ingredients are, just take it. Nah. Stick to comedy. Stick to acting. Leave this particular thing to the experts. All right? Just because you are in a place of the spotlight doesn't give you the authority to then try to have, something like this to say with no type of intellect behind it at all. It's total idiotic. But it doesn't stop there with Chris Rock. You also had Michael Jai White come out this week, and he called it the COVID Chronicles. Guess who has C-19? Guess who has the Colt 45 sickness? You guessed it, Michael Jai White. And he goes in and talks about it for 22 minutes, about how he lost his smelling and, he feels fine, but he took a test because he didn't feel fine, and he had the desire to know what was going on, but now he feels fine. Like, which one is it? You You felt bad or you feel fine? Like, I don't understand. So these actors, understand that an actor's job is to act. So I don't even want to know what these guys had to do or what they had to lose in order to say and do the foolish things that they're doing and saying. Right? It's ridiculous. But so that's all I want to say about, the Code 45 foolishness. Like we've talked about Operation Paperclip. We've showed how it ties in 2020, what's going on right now. So hopefully brothers and sisters get a full understanding now of why it's important to know your history and to see all that was happening then, so you can say, okay, well, that sounds very similar to what they're doing now. To understand what happened in those Nazi Germany, concentration camps, punch card tracking, and all seeing eye surveillance systems being created. Typhus against the minorities in the ghettos. Okay? So it don't take a rocket scientist to say, okay, well that's the same thing happening right now. Well, it's good to know the history so I can see, okay, they've done this before. This isn't the first time. So, but moving on from, the zombie situation. Because, that's not the only thing going on. We talked about how, hello, 2021. 2020 brought the mask in, 2021 bringing the jab in. But there's a lot more going on right now than that. So I want to talk about that right now. So we talked about this shattered union. We did a broadcast titled Shattered Union, Divided States of Babylon, and Americans' Hope in Babylon. Right? We talked about this a lot. So, and we've seen a lot of this play out, this video game trailer. Again, we're talking about the Hollywood, predictive programming. Check this out. This comes off of MSNBC.com. It says, worst of all time, where Trump ranks among historically bad presidents. This is December 28, 2020. As the C-45, Code 45 death toll continues to rise, is Trump no longer just one of the worst presidents in American history, but the worst of them all? So you see how, first of all, it is not really anybody dying. First of all. Secondly, if people are dying, does that make it Trump's fault? You see how they, it's Trump's fault. Everything's Trump's fault. Not only is he one of the worst presidents, but it says, but the worst of them all. So if you remember, in the video game, it was the most unpopular president in American history. And it just happened to be the 44th president, which Trump is the 44th sitting president. He's 45th in number, but I forget the president who was counted twice. All right. But Trump is the 44th man to be president. But there's more. USA Today, wild protests. Police brace for pro-Trump rallies when Congress meets January 6th to certify Biden's win. January 1st, 2021. So everybody is, kind of maybe looking at what's going on with the jab and C-19 and all. They got you, looking there, but who's looking at this right now? And how they're talking about the January 6th Electoral College vote is going to be wild protest. And how police are bracing for the Electoral College is now going to supposedly certify who's going to be president. And all the story that's going on around that. See, this whole time, everybody was in the holiday spirit, Christmas and Thanksgiving and New Year. So they were allowing Americans to kind of get drunk in that spirit. All the while, they were just waiting for the new year to start so they could go into the next part, which is what's going to happen between now and January 20th. Yeah, people may have forgot about that, but it's not over. So this was something else that we saw in this video game, right? The civil unrest that happened behind this sham election and how the most unpopular president stayed in office. Not any sooner than that president stayed in office. What happened next? On Inauguration Day, there was an explosion in D.C. at the White House. Can we see signs of any of that happening right now? Let's see. If we can see the signs that would point to something like that potentially happening. This comes off the Sun.com. Show of force. U.S. sends warning to Iran with B-52 bombers as fears of attacks against Americans ramp up. Now, we've seen this in the past, but this was December 30th, 2020. So this was just a day or so ago, a couple days ago. So, all of a sudden, going into the switching, supposed to be a transition of presidents or to see who's going to be president. Now, all of a sudden, America's got B-52 bombers flying over the Persian Gulf to warn Iran as fears of complex attacks against Americans have ramped up. And notice it says attacks against Americans. So you mean attacks like this? Would this be an attack against Americans? Hey, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying the video game showed all these things. The news is saying all these things, attacks against Americans, but there's more. RT.com. Trump plotting false flag to fabricate pretext for attack on Iran. Foreign Minister Zarif says. So the Iranian minister knows about false flags, You mean a false flag like this that can be blamed on Iran to fabricate a pretext for war? And then if that were to happen, who stays in office? If there's no swearing in on Inauguration Day, who's president? He who is already sitting in the seat. Until you're sworn in, you're not president. December 31st, 2020. So this is New Year's Eve. Go right before the New Year starts. Here it is. 3 weeks away from the inauguration. Hey, setting the stage. Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif has claimed intelligence from Iraq suggests the U.S. is plotting to fabricate a reason to wage war on Iran. Stressing Tehran doesn't seek war, he warns such a scam will be met with force. Accusing U.S. President Donald Trump and his cabinet of wasting billions to surround Iran with air and naval military assets while Americans are suffering with the Colt 45. Zarif revealed in a tweet on Thursday that Iraqi intelligence had tipped off Tehran to a U.S. plot to fabricate pretext for war. He said instead of fighting the C-19 in cohorts, Donald Trump and cohorts waste billions to fly B-52s and send armadas to our region. Intelligence from Iraq indicate plot to fabricate pretext for war. Iran doesn't seek war, but will openly and directly defend its people, security, and vital interest. So, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. But when I look at the news, Iran calling out America before they do a false flag, saying they're going to do a false flag. Trump saying that Iran is plotting against attacks against Americans, which that could be anywhere in the world. That could be in America or that could be in another country. Why now? Why right before the new year starts is these warnings going out? Why right before a inauguration is this happening? In the middle of a so-called pandemic. Also in Shattered Union, what do they show us? Wild protests, civil war that shatters the Union. So hey, I'm just reporting the news. We talked about movies, Hollywood, video games, what they show us, what they're telling us, and what the Bible says. So ultimately, regardless of how it happens, whether it's this month or next month or, it happens here or happens somewhere else, know that the Bible says that the Medes are going to destroy Babylon. Right? So I don't think it's rocket science to look at history to see about how all the wars America got into started was behind a false flag. And Iran's not finna attack anybody. Iran's been being attacked and hasn't attacked back. All right, so the only way America can justify war is to cause a reason for there to be war. And wasn't there a recent explosion in Tennessee that just happened? Is that a shadow of things to come to kind of give a warning, an esoteric warning to those who can see that another, be prepared for it, seeing explosions, an explosion happening? So hey, I wanted to also bring forth this part of it, part of the news, being that, hey, this is the new year. We've been talking about this. Here we are. Pay attention to, as Christ said, watch and pray always. Be sober, be diligent in these times. All we can do is warn the people. Go into the information, show you the history, show you the current events, tie it together with prophecy. Instruct you and guide you in the things that you need to do righteously to be able to make it, not only through these times, but even if you fall in these times, to make it to the kingdom. That's all we can do. And the rest is on you, brothers and sisters, to do your part. Right? And to believe whatever you want to believe. That's everybody's choice. But hey, the writing is clear on the wall for me. And having a good feel for what's about to happen. So, I don't see Trump not being the president. How it happens, if it happens like this or not, I don't know. I could say that it's very possible, based upon what we're seeing in the news, based upon history, based upon prophecy. based upon everything else that's going on right now with all the madness and craziness, I could say it's very possible. But that's just my, my stance on it all. So, but with that concludes our broadcast for tonight. And, hopefully, going into the, Operation Paperclip and all what we went into was very edifying for you brothers and sisters to kind of show y'all just, no new thing under the sun. This is something that they've been working on for a long time. The devil's been working on for a long time when it comes to tracking, reaching, and contacting everyone, primarily the children of Israel and the remnant. Okay, and I see we still have about 350 troopers still in the house, so I see y'all are got some good endurance to be up until the wee hours of the morning. And it's the longest broadcast I think to date we've done. We're going on 5 hours, so I'm gonna say bless y'all. It's time to get some rest, prepare for tomorrow, the Sabbath day. And so you brothers and sisters continue to pray, watch always, have no fear, allow this information to confirm your faith and your confidence in the Most High, and know that, alive or dead, that you make it to the kingdom. That's all, at the end of the day, you should be looking at. If you're fearful in these times, that means there's something spiritually going on. You got to figure out what that is and fix it. Because, hey, if you're in a situation where your life's on the line and you're fearful, you're going to give your soul up. This bottom line. Right? You can't be afraid to die. Nobody wants to die, but hey, we all got to die. Flesh and blood cannot enter into the kingdom. Right? And once you are not afraid to die, the devil has no power. He can only control the fearful. Like he's controlling those fearful that are running down to the zombie centers to get the zombie jab, to become zombie, mark of the beast zombies, super soldiers. They think they're about to become Captain America. They're about to become a super zombie. Right? So bless you all. Until next time, be the Most High's will. 2 weeks from now, we do another broadcast. Stay safe and seek Zion. Kwam Yashala and Shabbat Shalom.